Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the Human Performance Lab. My name is Tony, and we're just going to get right into the session. So we're going to go ahead and watch the live data here. Today was a pretty good, decent day. Ended up being, let's see here. Can everybody see this? Oh, you can't see that, can you? But you can see this. Oh, it's not going to let me do that, is it? Hold on. Let me get this over here. There we go. So everybody should be able to see that. 1627.60 on the Tradeify account. So 1627 in revenue today. Um, I've been in a short for a long time on a sim. I was noticed something and I was working on it, and so this was in the London session. This was after I got done trading today, and I apologize for not being live this morning. In the US session, trading the prop account here. I was there we go. It's the 1627 was the revenue. I had a meeting and I was not able to get on live this morning, but that's the result so far. And that's what we've got. So what's going on in today's market condition? We are trading lower, of course. We can easily see that. High volume down here at the lows, and we're currently trading off of unfair highs back into value, anticipating price action to come back down into the 27,800 area. Of course, price can, in the rotation, price can start moving to the upside. But with that 30-minute candle over here, I'm not anticipating price action to continue moving higher here. I'm looking for a continuation play to the downside and looking for the 27,800 for a decent target on the move. Currently at 2:39, so we have an hour. I mean, there's enough time to see a 27,800 move. It may not happen today. It's been kind of slow ever since the open. We came down at the open and then kind of did a V formation a little bit on the bottom side at the lows, and then immediately traded higher into value area high. So we had a range extension on the mid time frame, which is going to be the 30-minute. So we had the range extension down here that closed, created a new profile here, but we moved back in the opposite side of value. And so now we remove that profile and we're just trading in our area of value. Welcome everybody. Appreciate you joining into the stream. Was talking there. I didn't see everybody's names. I do apologize. So that's what we're at right now in the current market condition. I'm looking for a continuation play to the downside. When I entered this position short this morning, I guess it was this morning. It was around 11:30, I think, something along those lines. I think the first position was down here. Well, I know for a fact the first position was down. Where was it? It was over here. After we made the highs, testing into this area here. That was one of my short positions this morning. And then I took a position here at 11 o'clock to kind of see if we would do the same thing. I took it in sim because of the big move up. And I wasn't comfortable taking in the live, but I still wanted to watch it. The best way to watch a trade like this is to enter the position and see what happens with it. So that's the whole reason why I entered it in sim instead of entering it in the evaluation. So that's where we're at today. I took, I think, 3 trades to the short side this morning, I think is what it was, and ended up 1627 through the down moves. There was a move that I wanted to be in and I wasn't here for it. I missed it. It was in the London session, and that's where this came in to play. I hit it afterwards and I didn't want to get into it because I was kind of chasing the move. But again, watching these areas, watching how price action moves around them, right? Where do I want, what areas can I chase? What areas can't I in the context of overall value and longer time frame charts. We have moved down a lot through the Asian London session, and I was looking at a possible extension at that point in time through the London session. And then when the U.S. session opened and continued down, kind of all bets are off of the extension there because we're looking at the U.S. market now, and now we can move due to the U.S. market. Right. So it's kind of an extension period of what you'd be looking at in Globex, which would be the Asia London session. And then the US session can extend that range. And that's kind of what I played off this morning. So that's unfortunately about all I can speak about in the context of the markets right now. If anybody has any questions about areas, about how to create key areas, entries off of footprints, definitely go ahead and please ask. I'm not sure if I'm going to get any positions or not here in the last hour of the market, and the primary reason is we're here in value, and I don't really like to take a lot of trades in value. I am anticipating price action to come down into value area low, but I need to be entered up in this area, not down in this area for me to be able to take that, because the rotation could come in, stop me out. And I don't really have a strong area in here where I'd be looking for a good place to place a stop or know where I'm incorrect in the position. I pretty much have to let it rotate back up into this area, and I just don't want to take that risk, especially with the 28,000 above us. We have a high volume up there, right? And then we also have VPOC up there as well. And so with that high volume structure, we could absolutely reject from this low here on the 30-minute, move back up into value area high. And that's just too much risk for me to take on a position. So I'm probably going to stay flat in this session. But I will be looking at getting into the Asia market this evening. I might even get into it as early as 6 p.m., but probably 7, 8 p.m., somewhere right around in there. And we'll be on the Asian session tonight. So that's about it. Unfortunately, in the current market condition, there's not a lot to talk about, right? We're starting to move lower. I don't want to call it a trend yet. And the daily perspective, we're kind of in a breakout phase here to the downside. But we are looking at the possibility of 27,000 to be hit. Really what I need to see at this point in time is a pullback into the lows around 396. And if we pull back into around the 396 area and we don't move back up into higher areas of value, then in my viewpoint at that time, we'll be looking at a trending market condition to the downside. On a daily perspective, I'm a little bit slow to call the trends because I'm going to be trading directionally anyhow in those directions, so I'm not too concerned about that aspect. But the daily chart can absolutely create pretty wide range extensions and then have a tendency to come back into value. And so if you call a trend too early, you can get yourself a bias. Once you have yourself a bias, you're looking at the shorts, you're really looking into those areas. And you miss the possibility of it moving back into a rotational market. And so this is kind of that market shift time frame. And especially with coming down to the 30-minute like this, closing below a range, a nice bar close the range, and we immediately reverse that and get back up into the highs. I'm more anticipating a move to the upside here than I am a continuation of the down. And that's the reason why I'm not looking at getting into a position right now. And of course, that's what we're seeing here on the short-term charts too at the moment. Where we come back up to, this wouldn't be a bad area. If you're inclined on the short side today, this would not be a bad area to look for a continuation play to the downside. Any questions? Any comments? Any concerns? Any ideas out there floating around? How did everybody do today in their trading? Everybody keep themselves safe. Anybody run into some issues? It was pretty decent morning, right? Yo, how's it going, Lane? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. How was your trading today? How'd it go? Took two trades today, one long, one short. Beautiful. Well done. I took three shorts after the open. Um Three revenue. I was up 1627 today in the eval. Right there. So that was that. And then I was up 2000 in the London session today on sim. Still working on the London session. And then I took a position in here. I wanted to test something. Where is it? I'll show you real quick. It's over here farther. This short, I took this position off of this test of high volume in here. When we came up and broke back down again, I was looking for a continuation play to the downside. I just wasn't able to get out of it in time. And then, well, it was here. I'm sorry. It was here in the test. So we have this high volume right here that was equivalent to that high volume over there that I just showed you. And we had the same thing here. I was looking for possible reaction in this area. And I wasn't comfortable taking it on the live because of where the 240 and the 60 minutes were. And everything was just showing up. The daily was still down below yesterday's close. And that's one of those reasons why I was looking at that position. But we're also at a pretty decent area there as well, coming into the high volume. So I took it on a sim. I'm still in it now. I haven't gotten out of it. Down 600 or so on that. Let's see here. I'm up 30 points today on ES. Nice. Well done. Well done. I normally go live for London and New York AM. Yeah. Yeah, I really like to trade London session. I've been doing pretty good with it for quite some time now. It's just I've got a lot of things going on in the morning, and so I don't have a lot of time to just devote to sitting here and really paying attention. Like I was really scattered today in this range when I hit this 2000. I think there was 4 trades today in the London session. I got in, got out too early of a position, re-entered that position on the short side, and then I just continued to added to the position as it was going down. And each one of the ads, of course, is added into a new position. That's the way the props look at it anyhow. So I kind of do the same thing. What is it? Lazar? I'm terrible with names. Lazar, thank you so much for the follow. I truly appreciate you. If you have any questions, please let me know. But great trading today. I mean, 30 points in the ES. It's a good morning. That's a really good morning. Well done. Well done. So yeah, that was my trading day. Nothing too crazy. It was pretty simple though in the US market. I mean, the ES came right in, or the Nasdaq came right into an area right at the open, and immediately just started to trade away from it on the downside. When those events happen, you just kind of just go with it and see what happens. Hey, well, thank you so much for the follow. Truly appreciate you. If you guys have any questions at all, please let me know. What you're seeing on the screen here um in the sim, I am in a short position from earlier today in a test. I had this position here coming in. It was a test of an area. Um, all the long-term charts were showing long, but this here was a pretty one of those line in the sands, right? And so I took a short position and then I got busy and I had to go do something else. And it went against me. I didn't put a stop in. And so I'm just kind of watching it through as it's coming in here. This little area up here could absolutely look at possible resistance, and price action could move down from here. We'll just kind of watch it and see what happens. Um, Metals, again, you did it yesterday. You did it again today? DJ Vito, how's it going? I hope you had a great day today. That was my live trading today. Was this right here? Can you see that? Where is it at? Yeah, you got it. So it was 1627. I only played to the short side this morning. I didn't do anything else. Oh, you didn't trade yesterday? I thought you told me that you blew up a couple accounts yesterday. Thought you came in here yesterday. Was that you or was that somebody else? That must have been somebody else that came in yesterday. And then you blew up 2 accounts today. What happened? Yeah, you can't see shit. I'm blind. 1627 in revenue today. Had 3 trades to the downside off the open of the US. And then I was up 2000 in the London. This here was kind of a line in the sand. I just put a limit order in. I didn't have a chance to put in a stop. I had a meeting I had to go to. It was right here in this area for a short. It was around 11:18. I didn't want to take it live because all the higher time frames were showing up, but we're still trading down on the daily chart. And so I just took it to kind of test it, and yeah. Lunch is on me. You were okay, you were in profit yesterday, Metals. Okay. It was someone else. Sorry about that. I apologize. I get the names mixed up, right? Because you're coming in and individuals talking and stuff like that, and it's just kind of getting an idea of what everybody is doing. But yeah, what happened to your trades today? What'd you do this morning when you blew up the 2 fundeds? What happened? Dow Jones has been a tear the past couple of days. Yeah, absolutely. Um, Leighton, just target 20, 30 points per day. I don't understand people that's so easy to get consistent with. You know, trading trading can come naturally for some people, and it can become and it's very difficult for others. And I know because I wasn't naturally inclined to trading. It took me a long time to get it all figured out where I wasn't running the risk of blowing up accounts and doing other things along those lines. There'd be periods of time where I'd have a lot of success and then I wouldn't. And it wasn't until I realized that market condition is like, and I realized I just didn't know how to read market condition. It took me about 13, 14 years from about 98 until about 2011 to really be able to figure out market condition. Um, Nobody really needs more than 30 points on NQ. I mean, right? Or even in the ES, 30 points in either one of them. It's like, okay, that's, how much do you need, right? But it took me a while to figure out that I really needed to be good at reading market condition in order to be able to come in and utilize a methodology to trade with. That was my biggest key. And when I figured that out and I figured out how to read market condition, right? That was a turning point for me. I feel like risk management and market structure is key. Um, market structure, right? That's market condition. Market condition, market structure is the same thing. Risk management, absolutely. But I think risk management can be different though. I think some people for risk management, it's risk reward, it's all that stuff, right? And then for other individuals, it's inventory, right? And so when you put those two things together, that's when it becomes a complete package. But market structure, market condition, completely the same thing. I was really, really good at creating market structure around balanced market conditions. But when the market started trending, I had a very, very, very difficult time. Very difficult time because we're structure, in a trend. Risk management is important, but if you don't know where to enter, it doesn't matter. Exactly. Exactly. If you don't know where to enter and you have a risk management structure that you're using and you have 10, 15 expense trades in a row, you're either your risk management is off or your whole structure and area is completely off. One of the two. So, they kind of go hand in hand. But if you're trading though in a structure and you're you're scaling into positions, right? Then you can have a much wider stop, because let's say you're just trading in areas. And so let's say you take this area here, you could trade into this area. As it comes up, you can trade into this area. As it comes into this area up here, you could trade into this area. And then if it goes down, now you can turn around and start to limit the risk of the position as it starts to go in your favor. To be honest, if you enter either you're right or you're initially wrong, that's how I look at it. Um, and unfortunately, in the context of retail traders, right, that's so true. You're either right or you're wrong, and that right there, I think, is what happens psychologically to individuals, right? Because right or wrong, right, can trigger internal processes not aligned to whatever intention you have. When internal processes come online, internal processes don't check in with you, right? And ask you, oh, well, what's your intention? What do you want? What do you want here, right? It just starts taking action. It manipulates the body to act. The body acts based off of its commands, and you're stuck. And so I really think that a lot of these psychology issues that individuals have in trading has a lot to do with the right, wrong trigger buttons. That's my take, anyhow. Just from my own experience talking to other traders and those sort of things. And then individuals that don't have problems or triggers with right or wrong, a lot of them are seem to be much more inclined naturally to trade. Thoughts? Anybody look at it differently? All I know is the market has absolutely died. I mean, literally. It's like not doing a thing at the moment. Make it a little bit easier to see order flow. Yeah, very strong. You have very strong psychology when it comes to trading. Yeah, I mean, well, Leighton, I mean, you're consistent, right? And being consistent, you're going to have to, because that's where the consistency comes from. But I would I would ask you, was that something that you had to work on, or was it more were you just more naturally inclined to it? Yeah, tomorrow is FOMC. Well, good times. I'm not trading tonight. Are you trading tonight, Vito? Greed was a huge thing I had to get over? Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Then that's what I mean by trader development, right? The greed you had to get over, and once you got over that greed, you're able to do it. It makes a lot of sense that you kind of have, this target that you go to 30 points a day, right? That way you don't overtrade, you don't do some of the other things. I'm not saying that those things are the reason why you have that. To me, learning that about you kind of adds that into the equation. Knowing that tomorrow spending a day in Manhattan, nice, nice. Yeah, no, I don't trade FOMC days either. I just wanted to check in with you to see if you do. Nope. I will be flat and done. No trading tomorrow. And then, well, tomorrow Wednesday? Yeah. Yeah, I got my days all kind of mixed up right now. And then Thursday, I head out to Ohio. I've got some things I've got to take care of in Ohio. So I won't be back until Sunday. So tomorrow, I won't have a stream, but we'll stream tomorrow around the 2 p.m. just to watch FOMC. I'm not trading it. I'm not going to trade after it. I'm just going to just chill, but we can definitely watch it. 3 trades a day, bro? Yeah. Yeah, really, I mean, honestly, if you stick to 3 trades a day, right, there's no reason to trade more. I mean, when I scalp, I'll take more, but I'm scalping. And if I'm scalping, it's because we're in a range of some sort. And I'm just scalping around that range. But in my scalps, though, I'm very, very, very quick to move my stop to a break even. It's like the second the market turns around and gives me even just, 20, 30, $40 in revenue, I will literally move my stop to a break even if it snaps back against me. I don't play too much when it comes to scalps. I'm there looking for momentum. If the market is not going to give it to me or show me that it's there, I'm just flat out. That's it. These I feel like is already marketed into the market. It is a lot of it, but FOMC, it's one of those things. I mean, we have the guidance now where we didn't have the guidance before. I think a lot of the news is marketed in as well. When was it? I think it was 2015, 2016, somewhere right around in there. I took a trade in natural gas. And it was around news, and I stayed in, and I picked up a whole 100 points of slippage in that move. I had a 50-point stop, and I had a $150 expense, or 150-point expense in natural gas. No, it's not bad at all. Historically, the Thursday and Friday after FOMC are great days to trade. Is it really? Great. And I'm not going to be here for those. Well, thanks, Vito. I appreciate that. That sucks. Um, well, no, Leighton, I don't think that there's any issue um with anything that you're doing. If you're consistently trading, right? Can you get better at what you're doing? Sure. But if you're consistently trading and you have a plan, you're locking yourself into 3 trades a day, you're locking yourself into 30 points a day, and that's what you do, there's no reason to add anything else to the equation. For me, what's for me, DJ? What'd you do? What'd you do, Vito? What did you do? And this is where everybody's a little bit different, right? And because we're all different, we all perceive information differently. And it's that perception that we're going to use to read everything that we see in front of us. And so it's really just shaping that perception into alignment to your intention. And you've already done that. So, oh, I am too. That's why I'm always here. One of the hardest things at first, for me was over trading. Yeah, I mean, over trading, I think is a lot of people's issues. I get I get really nervous sometimes when I enter the market. And it's not necessarily just, fear of it going against me or not, because I mean, I could put a stop in, I can be in revenue, and I can still have that nervousness come over me like butterflies in the stomach. My hands get sweaty, right? It just has really strong nervousness. Um, we learned risk management. I learned how to get over to not overtrade. Yeah. So um Maddie, yo, how are you doing? Did you trade a live account? I had a win in London and walked off. Yeah, so I was up in the sim in 2000 for $2,000 in the London session today. Um, I'm in this position right now. I was looking for an area, so I just put a target in, but everything was up on my longer term, so I didn't want to do anything with it. And then of course it filled me, but I was not in the office. I was busy doing other things. And then I came back and I got filled, and now I'm just letting it just sit there. But I was up 1692.60 today in the evaluation in the US session. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. And I don't know what it is really that makes me so nervous sometimes when I enter a position. It's not all the time. It just sometimes it hits me. So I don't know if it's like a sixth sense, spidey sense kind of thing but like today it happened on my last position short, and I ended up making like $500 on that position. So, I mean, I don't know. It's weird though. It is weird. But good job on your win and walking off, Maddie. Well done. What are you back at home? Are you back on your screens? Are you still on your phone? And then what happened to Metal Trader? Did Metal Trader, you still here? What happened to your trading today? You said that you had blew up a couple funded. What happened? Nice one, mate. Did you show one of the trades from the live account yet? Because I'm gonna go back and find it then. Would love to see. Yeah, I can go back. You want well, I can't replay it. We can go back here though. I can show you. Let's go back. Get back, back, back. So this was the open, right? We came straight down through all sorts of stuff going on and this morning. And then when we came into here and we pulled back, I went short right above IVB as we were coming up on this bar. And then of course it came back up a little bit more and then traded down through, and I took some profit here at the low, and then I got back in again when we came back and we tested into this IB again. So I was in short here again. That one came back a little bit against me, and I went short again up here off of this high volume. So I entered 8 in that one on that pullback. And what gave me confluence on the pullback was one, that's high volume up here, 2, VWAP. And so I took a short off of that. And then I carried that one down to VWAP down here for my second 8. And so those were my 2 positions this morning. And I was thinking about waiting for VWAP when I entered that position here, down here lower, at lower prices, right? I was waiting and thinking, do I want to wait till VWAP? But I didn't. And so that's why when it came back up into the VWAP, I was just like, you know what? Instead of taking a full expense here, I'm going to enter up here again anyhow. Let me just enter, average my position in. At that point in time, everything was still pointing down. And so I was pretty confident to the downside at that point. Yeah, back at it. Got my a toss running. Your hat ass. So nice to actually have good confluence now. I bet it is. I bet it is. Well, you were gone for what, a couple months? We're now trading back below VPOC again, and we're just trading in this range around VPOC at the moment. Volume point of control, where the most volume has been traded. And when you're trading around VPOC, what should you expect? Rotation, and that's all we're seeing in this market right now is just rotation. We're not seeing anything directional. We're not seeing anything along those lines. Just rotation, and it's a pretty tight rotation too. When we came up here, right, and so we created a little bit more of a range, but we immediately sold off and right back into rotation again now. So nothing really fun and exciting going on in the markets. I was planning on trading the Asia session, but Vito just nixed that for me, seeing that we're going to be in the with the FOMC stuff. So I'm going to stay out of the Asian session tonight. I'll stay out of the US session tomorrow, and then I won't be able to trade Thursday, Friday. That'll be a bummer. especially knowing that what Vito just said about the FOMC, usually the Thursday and Friday after FOMC are pretty good. So, Budget Daddy, welcome. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you. It's good to see you. How are things going? Yeah, gone for 2.5 months. Going to take a week in Greece from next week, and then I'm back to business. No more traveling until Christmas. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're gone for a whole quarter of the year. Maddie doesn't go on vacations. He goes on staycations. Do you have an RV? Did you make it up like a Viking ship? So unfortunately, guys, it's kind of a boring session right now. I mean, do you want to just watch order flow and watch us probably kind of move in a flat line right now? Or do we want to do something else? I'm game. Anybody want to replay a particular day? Everybody's quiet. Everybody is quiet. Well, since I'm not trading tonight, I might as well just go ahead and replay a day and go through my whole process that I normally do. Let's see here. So let's go ahead and take off the live data because I'm not trading this market in this condition and where it's located. It's just not going to happen. Yeah, I call it the Viking room. Oh God, that's hilarious. Oh, thank you for humoring me, Maddie. I do appreciate you. Let's see here. What day should we do? I don't know. Should we go back into something like in April? Like something crazy? I don't know. Like April 13th, April 10th? Let's try April 10th. Let's do that. Go back into a ways back. I think the market was trending in that time frame, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure. I don't know, I wasn't even watching charts back then. Like back then, like it was just a couple months ago. Jeez. Time is flying this year, I'll tell you what. I had to create a pretty systematic trading plan, Leighton, in order to stop over trading. That's what it took for me to stop over trading. It was not easy. It was not an easy thing for me to get through my thick skull. And I had to get in order to do it, I finally had to get very mechanical in my entries where it was like I couldn't overtrade. And then that gave me the confidence out of my areas that I was like, okay, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and wait for my areas. And then now I just kind of do what I want. Not in the context of overtrading and those type of things, because I don't really feel like I do. It's much more of I don't really think it matters anymore what it is that I do. As long as I trade around my areas and I'm trading in the context of my areas, everything usually seems to work out pretty good. I don't understand. You risk $4 and your TP is $12. I had to start small because I was going for trades way bigger than my risk, and I get stopped. Yeah. I'm here for April 10th back test. Just no trading the first 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah, I know. I hear you. Thank you for reminding me. Appreciate you, Maddie. Jesus. Yeah, you don't have to bring back. You don't have to bring up old shit. Seriously. But just for you though, I'm starting at 09 at 9:30 in the morning. So you'll see that I'm not trading the first 10, 15 minutes. Um, Risking $1 to make $3. Um, that's as simple as it gets. It really does. It really is as simple as it gets. And I tried that for a while. And in my experience, I was not able to pinpoint my entries well enough to be able to have a a 3 tick stop in the ES. I just kept getting stopped out of positions. This was back when I was working on a lot of my scalping techniques at first. I could not find a revenue position of looking for 4 ticks with a 3 tick stop. I just couldn't do it. It would constantly come back and stop me out. And it was so frustrating. So frustrating. I don't even know if I can do it now. I'm just not that good at calling short-term price. Well, Maddie, I can't give you any guarantees because this market is probably going to trend, and I would want to buy it if it came back down into this area right here. And so I can't guarantee I'm not going to trade before 9:30. But what I can tell you though is if it comes down and breaks this area, I wouldn't want to be in it anymore. And the reason for this, I didn't even go through my PMA, guys. I am sorry. I apologize. I am such a slacker. The reason for this is because of this. The way that we moved up in this little inside bar here, we held the close. I'm expecting at the open of this market, we're just going to go up. That's what I'm thinking. And this probably won't even be hit because of the market condition that we're in. This is my recap. Yeah, this is what I do. You did that on Forex. I could see that on Forex, but I wasn't able to do it on the ES. I just couldn't. But yeah, this is what I do. I just come in here and you know, I do my structure and I start trading. And I didn't even do my structure today because I looked directly over at the daily chart and I'm like, oh, we're trending. And so I didn't even think about doing structure or anything else. But let me go ahead and do my pre-market analysis for everybody like I would normally do it for any other day. I just looked over at the chart, was like, oh, we're trending. And it was like, okay, I need to get in long. So I apologize for not going through the whole process. So we're trading in a range over here. We came down, we came up through this little area, kind of making a V pullback on the daily chart. And then we break out of this range and we close way, way above it. Anticipate price action to continue higher. I mean, that's really all there is to it. If we take that information and we go back to this time frame here, right? So now we're on the 30-minute. And if we come in and we take the look at this previous range back here. So this range here, okay? All this whole range from back here all the way over, okay? This range, we haven't broke out of it yet. We don't have a close above here. When this bar came up, we didn't close above it, all right? But price action is moving directionally higher. So I'm going to go ahead and index that bar because of how we're moving away from it. This bar I normally wouldn't because of where it didn't close above the range. but we extended above the range. We opened in a gap up. We tried to fill the gap, couldn't even fill a gap, and look where we came to. Value area low, low volume node, and this overall area of value. And that's where we bounced on both days, here and here at the same area. And then price actions just moving higher. I would love to run today's MES open, but I can't, not until tomorrow. I could run yesterday, but I can't run tomorrow. Or I can't run today, not until the market closes because of the data. Deep Charts won't let me do a market replay for today until after the market closes. They go over the analysis profile because that is where I struggle the most. I got my setups, I got my wins, though I recognize that the higher time frame analysis is where I can really improve. Absolutely. No, and I apologize for going right in and just looking at the chart, right? I put the 930 up and I hit play, and I looked over and I glanced over at the higher time frame chart, and I'm like, oh my God, just long. And so I'm looking at the chart and I'm just like, okay, well, this area here, if we get a pullback, that's a perfect area to go long if we get the pullback. So I just put the orders in, not even thinking that, oh my God, I got this whole PMA to do. See, I'm breaking all of my rules right now. Oh, good times. It happens. And so in this context of this day, this bar, you can put your profile on because you did break out of this range. We gapped up, and it's that gap up, and we tried to fill that gap and we couldn't. And then we have two bars hitting support at the same place, and then the US session just moves higher. Also, a place I find really hard to trust my analysis. Why do you have a hard time trusting your analysis? Just out of curiosity. I run into the same problem sometimes, so I'm just asking you to see if you're self-aware enough to know, because I'm not fully aware of why I have that issue, but I do. Like, at times I will trust other people's areas more than my own sometimes, and I'm like, what is wrong with you? And so then I have to stand myself back and put myself into the corner for a little bit, right? And then come back out of the corner and say, okay, now it's time to dust myself off and come back into trading again. So this is going to be a trend trading day. So if you guys want to see a trend trading day, and we may want to watch this and work through this and see, where any mistakes are made and what we can do to make it better, because there's a good chance we're going to be into some trend trading days here in the near future. Beautiful longs today off value area low of previous week on the micro ES. Yeah, I mean, and there was good moves off of NASDAQ today too for the same thing, right? Those didn't come in though until after I was already done trading. And I'd already made my money in the shorts. And when you're doing the previous week, are you doing like a weekly chart? Are you doing a daily, or are you just doing them off of like just individual profiles of a day? Are you doing custom? Because every time I start the day by doing a lot of higher time frame, I get psyched out and not trusting my low time frame, because the higher time frame is supposed to be right. So either miss good trades or I take bad trades from where the higher time frame is supposed to do something. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Areas. We got to key in your areas a little bit better. And we are going to do just that over time. Vito and I were talking last night about getting on and working on this stream together, where he can give his inputs on areas as well, and different contexts along those lines of what more of what the institutional side would be doing. And I think that would be extremely helpful for individuals as well. What I just missed here was this pullback into VWAP. I was going to tell everybody, for trend trading, right? A VWAP, move back into a VWAP would be a good idea. The low volume in here came off with a low volume. Here's your entry right in here where the buyer stepped in. I was doing something else, not paying attention, but it's also 9:32 in the morning. So, but sometimes in a trend, trading at 9:32 in the morning is the best thing you could possibly do. The earlier you can get involved in it, the better off you are if it's just going to just go. Absolutely, Leighton. Most definitely. We can definitely set something like that up. Are you on you joined Discord yesterday? Yeah, you joined Discord. Yeah. Yeah, just DM me. Um so Maddie, I don't know if you know this or not, but in TikTok, we have this individual. His name is DJ Vito. His name's Vito. He's a former pit trader in oil. Back in the 90s, he was on the pit in New York for the oil market. It's a moneymaker. That's who I'm talking about. Check him out on um check him out on TikTok. Um let me get his I'm getting him up right now on TikTok so you can take a look at what he's doing. So there he is there. And there he is in TikTok if anybody wants to check him out. Um, he's just one of those interesting cats with some great life experience. Extremely knowledgeable about trading. I had the pleasure of talking to him this last week over the phone. You know, when you have individuals that are trading in those type of things, you can smell bullshit pretty quickly, and neither one of us smell bullshit on each other. So now we're talking about coming in here and doing something with this. Oh yeah, I remember him, and I even thought, I hope he gets involved, not just for the trading, but I bet he has great stories from the floor. That is hella exciting. Let's go. Yeah, he has great stories from the floor. I am not going to tell any of them because those are his stories, but oh my God, he has got some great stories. 100%. That make me laugh. Great stories. And he has no politically correct bone in his body. All right. So I apologize if anybody has thin skin or more politically correct. When he comes on, it's not going to be about that. And I'm not going to put him into an environment that he has to change with either. So we're just going to have to kind of accept the fact that Vito is Vito, and we're going to allow Vito to be Vito because Vito is going to help everybody develop into what they want to do. All right. So that's just kind of the context of what we're going to do with Vito. And yeah, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. Maddie, I don't have a you're not gonna have an issue with it. Oh, good times, good times, good times. Um, I'm gonna go ahead and keep this here for right now. I should speed it up, but I'm not going to, just to show Maddie that I can wait to get into positions. Maddie was watching me one night on a replay, and I had done really, really well scalping the day before. I mean, I had some really, really, really good trades. And then I come in here the next day doing a replay. So it's the same stream, right? But it was a new day, and I come in, I start trading at the open, and I'm like down like $800 like the first 5 minutes or whatever, and I'm like, oh my God, what am I doing? So what happens when you get um too confident especially coming off of a big day like that. Usually you have a chance to reset, right? Um, but I didn't have that chance to reset on the new day, and it just started trading again. Dang dude, you know how much is how much is DeMarcian people love thin skin? I'm looking forward to it. You know, Maddie, you were such a dick, and I like it. Oh God, too funny. Too funny. Thank you for playing, sir. I appreciate you very, very much. Oh God, there's a story there. I'm not going to repeat that story to anybody that doesn't know it, that wasn't here. It wasn't one of my finer moments. To my defense, I've been streaming a lot and I'm got myself pretty tired, and yeah, I was not thinking, and I could not think of what Maddie told me he's from Denmark, and I could not think of what they call people from Denmark. It was not even computing in my mind at all. I could not think of it. And so of course, me being me, right? What am I going to do? I'm going to turn around and say, okay, I'm going to say what's on my mind. And what's on my mind? I was like, Denmark. What do they call you in Denmark? And I couldn't think of it. And I'm like, I could not think of it. I'm like, because you got German is Germans, right? English is English, Scottish is Scottish. The Netherlands, I don't even know what they call them in the Netherlands. I can't even think of that right now either, right? And then I was thinking the Baltic states, but the Baltic states are East Europe. It's Scandinavia. That's Norway, Finland, and Sweden. And I was just all kinds of confused. And I was like, so I just spoke a word and I was like, Demarkians. And so now Maddie gives me a hard time all the time calling them Demarkians. At least he has a good sense of humor. I can give him that. Because that was rather dumb. I'm trying to get rid of this profile here, and it won't let me get rid of it. There. We'll just leave that profile on, and it's fine. I can't really see where that high is, but it'll be okay, they said. So yeah, one of the dumb things that I do sometimes. I don't know why this profile is on here. And I don't know why I can't get rid of it. Whatever. And so it did come down to my area. We're in a trend, so I'm going to give this some room. We are coming off of a daily pivot around 356. We do have another area above us around 472. What are our higher time frames telling us? Everything right now is telling us long. The 1 hour, we did come off of the 1 hour through a wick, and we closed below the 50% of it, but we're still holding the close of the bar pretty nicely. As long as we hold that close, we should see a continuation play to the upside. And so where's the close of that bar at? It is 304. Where am I in at? Oh, it's above me. So if it comes back below my open, I could put a stop in here, be safe, and just wait, see what happens. And then in terms of value, looking for an entry, we're looking for price action to come down directly into this area. So let's just move the stop down here, below VWAP, below this area, below everything, and just hold the long position and see what happens. Looks like on the 30-minute chart, you got up, it hit the LVN. Yeah, I like this long a lot. How does the delta look? Your picture is in the way. Is my picture in the way? Well, that's rude. So delta is looking there. That's what delta looks like right now. So, we definitely down coming through here, but we closed up, right? So it shows possible continuation play to the upside. We've got VWAP down below us. We have low volume nodes right in here, like you said, like it came off of. Exactly. And we have high volume nodes down here that could still attract price as well and still hold the area, and VWAP holding as support as well. I mean, there's so much support in this area right here that I don't know. I don't foresee this going down. Of course, the market can do anything. I just don't foresee it going down. And on this particular day, I would not be targeting anything less than a 475. So see, Manny, sometimes entering before 9:45 in the morning is okay to do. Should I get rid of my picture? Does anybody need to see me? Does anybody want to see me? Do you care? I'm thinking if I get rid of my picture, everybody could see everything, because this is set up for TikTok to see everything in price here, but I can't get TikTok to be able to see everything with Delta. And then if I move it so we can see it with Delta, nobody on TikTok can see it. So maybe what I should do is, let's try this. Maddie, say something in chat for me, please. You can just say something literally, and that would be good enough. Oh, I can. Does that come up on screen? Yeah. So that's over here. Yeah, that's not a bad idea then. Let's try it. Yeah, you're probably right. I was going to move it, but moving it then it puts it where you can't see chat. Yeah, I'm going to have to leave it there. I'll work on that. It's all about screen space, right? The screen space and being able to um get everything where it makes sense. And I can't put it up at the top because then people aren't going to be able to see. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. Who knows? All right. Well, what is happening here? Higher lows, higher highs, trading in a really tight range here, holding VWAP. See if we can break up into initial balance, the high initial balance. So, what's going on in everybody's life? Anything fun and exciting? Anybody have any travel plans after or before the summer ends? I know, Maddie, I know I know you do. Welcome. How much does your subscription cost a month to a trade order flow? How much does it cost to get those data? Okay, so the order flow, I have it on Deep Charts. You can do a toss, which is a little bit cheaper on a monthly basis. Because Deep Charts you can't get Deep Charts for a on a monthly basis, but you can get a toss. A toss works great. Maddie uses a toss. Is that how you pronounce it? At a toss, Addis, Adis, Hadass? I don't know. Something along those lines. But you'll need the pro version of it, and the pro version is going to be £39.95 pounds a month. But I think that's if you pay a year. So let me see if I can get this on a monthly price. It's right here. So $70 a month. But the data, you can use that through the prop firms to get this. And then that will give you everything that you can get on this chart. The reason why I use Deep Charts is because getting the number bars on any chart is as simply as just pushing these two little dots. I don't have to worry about building a chart or doing anything else. It's just right here. So it makes it very, very easy to do through Deep Charts. And then Deep Charts is, I think you can get Deep Charts for 3 months. So that's the year. So it's 74.50 times 12 for the year. And then if you just want to pay 3 months, it's 105 a month. So $314.25. So $314.25 for for a 3-month access. They don't have the 1-month access yet. 6 months is $561, and if you want it for a whole year, it's $891. D-Charts is really plug and play. Yeah, exactly. That's one of the reasons why I like it, Maddie. Just absolutely 100% plug and play. I don't even have to think about it. Very, very user friendly. But if you look at everything that I have over here, right? So I got a 4K face cam, right? It's plug and play. I got 2 different Stream Decks. That's plug and play. My microphone, right? This is a Earthworks Ethos mic. It's plug and play. Everything that I have is just absolutely plug and play because I don't want to have to mess around with all the technology when I'm streaming and doing everything else that I'm doing, especially when I'm just, a one-man show and I'm a one-trick pony. So I don't have time or the inclination to really set up a professional, setup. So I do what I can with the plug and play. And that includes Deep Charts. There's a trend here. There is a trend. So I hope that helps answer your question. If you have any other questions, please definitely let me know. I for sure understand that. Toss says I spend so many hours figuring stuff out, and honestly, was I not using that for so long and just started, I might have gone deep shit too. Exactly. Yes. Yes. Well, before I was using Deep Charts, you know what I got again. Oh damn, autocorrect hit it. Deep Charts. I meant something. Whatever. Tell me the autocorrect stuff. You tell me the autocorrect, I'm gonna get my whiteout and start whiting out my screen to delete that. No, I had Sierra Charts before I went to Deep Charts. And then I got I think I still I don't remember if I just did a month or I might have done a full year. I might still have access to ATAS and ATAS or however you pronounce it. I don't know. I don't even like the name of it. I can't even say it. And so I think I might still have access to ATAS, but I know that I have Bookmap. But I haven't I got the whole year of Bookmap, but I haven't even touched it. I just don't have time. But I don't think I need it anyhow. But I do have DX feed for level 2 data. And in my level 2 data right now, I have, let's see, where is it? Did I close it? Nope. I have this running in the background. I don't know how to read it, but I have it running in the background. I mean, of course, I have an idea how to read it, right? I mean, it's a heat map, okay? And so you're looking at areas of support and resistance. What are the white lines? Where are the red lines? It's where your higher areas of limit orders are resting into those areas. And so you're looking at how price action is moving into those areas and what's happening to those areas when they move through them. Well, if you look back, we had this area back here, right? Which did act as an area of resistance, okay? But what about this area down here below us? What about this whole area in here? I mean, what? I don't know. I don't know. I'm still completely on the fence when it comes to that stuff. Hatas, I guess. That might be how it's pronounced. Absolutely. Hamad, that might be absolutely 100% correct. Hatas sounds good. I like that. Or Athas, one of the two. Sierra is goat though, so basically they all real good. Use what you fancy, really. They all good. Trade of 8 though is crap, but even Motive Wave is nice as well, as I've seen. Exactly. Use whatever's in your budget. Use whatever it is that you're going to use, right? Sierra Charts is one of the cheapest, but you kind of need an engineering degree in order to be able to use Sierra Charts. Luckily, I still had some of my old footprints and those type of things already pre-made, so I didn't have to go in and do a bunch of stuff to it. But still, Sierra Charts is not the easiest program to use. And so that's why I went from Sierra Charts, and I was like, because Sierra Charts was the only one that I really knew. Deep Charts wasn't around. That's new. TOS wasn't around. That's new. Bookmap wasn't around. That's new. I mean, when I was trading, TradeStation 4.0 was new. Okay. Ninja Trader came out like 10 years after I started trading. So Ninja's been around for a long time. Okay. The multi charts came out. All right. Which was the Russians stole the code from another software and turned around and created multi charts. I think it was from TradeStation. So multi charts came out, which is very similar to TradeStation. And I had that. So I have a lifetime license to multi charts, to Ninja Trader, to all sorts of stuff. I can't even tell you all the stuff that I have lifetime licenses for. I don't use any of it. I don't know. But I think it was in 2009, 2010 that Ninja Trader came out. Maybe. I think that's about right. Okay, so Ninja Trader was initially founded in 2003. But it was 2000 April. So Ninja Trader 6 came out in 2007, and then Ninja Trader 8 came out in 2016. So I was running Ninja Trader 6 in 2007. So they actually came out in 2003, but I was running them in 2007. That's when I bought my lifetime license. I mean, I don't even know if that would even if they would even honor it at this point in time. Okay, so A as in A, B, C, D, E, F, G. T as in guitar. Ass. A tass. Order flow absolutely works on gold. Order flow works on everything. As long as the market has liquidity, order flow will absolutely work on it. Okay. And you left yesterday a little earlier before I was able to really go into order flow. So let me go into some order flow reading for you, just to give you kind of an idea of what you can do with it. Okay. So let's just take a look at current price. We came down here. As you see your high volume here, see the shelf at the low here, okay? And we're now cycling back up to value or to VPOC. These yellow boxes here are volume point of control, which is the highest volume in each one of these bars, okay? But the high volume here, I'm anticipating the low of the bar to break. Why? Because we can't get above VPOC when it was up here. We can't get back above the open of the bar, and we have high volume below us, which means that we can't move higher. Volume is getting larger around the low. You should anticipate a test of the lower prices. So we come in and we drop, and where do we drop to? Right into the high volume area over here, and we immediately reject off of that. Okay. Next bar opens at the close of the prior bar, comes right down to an area of interest. Where's this area of interest from? This area of high volume behind us, okay, to the left of us. And so we're seeing rejection come out of that area. When we broke these lows in here, you see the low volume? That low volume right there coming in to this area tells us that sellers are drying up down here. But we got into the high of the bar. We could not break the high. And if you can't break the high, buyers aren't coming into the market. So if you don't have buyers at the high and you don't have sellers at the low, what's going to happen? The market's going to start to rotate. Where is it going to rotate around? Was first of all, it's going to rotate around these two areas of high volume. That's what it's doing right now. And then we're more than likely going to rotate around this area of volume and an area of volume below us, which would be right here. Until the market gets directional. What do I mean by directional? That one side steps in and decides to break the higher the low. All right. So that's what's going on in order flow right now. Again, low volume down here. We're getting higher volume in up here. And then we start to take a look. I can't do it right now. Let's wait for the next bar. And then that'll be easier for me to explain what's going on in the context of order flow in the next bar. Liana, thank you so much for the subscription. I truly appreciate you. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you. And I finally have alerts up. My alerts are working. Did everybody see that on Tube and Twitch? Anybody see the follow come up? That was awesome. Yeah, though I find on gold that VA levels are not as easy to trade as on NASDAQ and the 60. Definitely something to note if you're trading gold, though LVN on gold is amazing. Yeah, and he's actually looking at footprints as well, not just the volume profiles, but the footprints themselves, which I know the footprints work on gold. NGL, I would have gone stopped on that. Wouldn't have the balls to hold for that long since it didn't take the high on the 30-minute chart. It didn't take the high on the 30-minute chart. You're 100% correct. The reason why I'm holding it right now is because of VPOC. Our VWAP. VWAP is holding at the moment, and we have our area beneath it, right? So we have this area here beneath where price was, right? And then we have VWAP here as well. And then I haven't looked at it recently, Well, the 240 is below the open. The 90-minute is looking down, and we're coming off of 358.75. Yeah, being in a long right now is not the most advantageous. So see how we are creating this high volume in here, this base of high volume. Anticipate the low of this bar to break. All right, at least test it and possibly break. All right, because of this high volume down here. But what are we doing at the moment? We're trading up, and in the context of trading up, we're going to watch this, and we're going to see if we can hold this high volume. And right now we can't. And now we're coming back down and testing this lower volume, this shelf of lower volume beneath us. And if we break this low over here, anticipate momentum to the downside. And what I mean by momentum to the downside is even just 3, 4, 5, 6 ticks, whatever it might be. Anticipate when it breaks the low to go pop, 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 pop. Why? Because of the volume that's in here. In order for us to get through that volume and break that low, some market orders are going to have to come in. And there's a good chance that below us are going to be some stops. And when those stops come in on the buy stops, right? They're sell stops. So this turn into the buy stops. So they turn into sell stops, and they turn into market orders. When the market orders get filled, right, they're the ones that push price. And so if we break this low, anticipate price to do a pop. And in that pop, it's going to be momentum. You're going to right? You're going to get that faster movement. But you can see that coming in and developing as these bars are developing their volume. NGL, not gonna lie. See, I'm learning the acronyms. Dinosaurs, you gotta train us, man. And I was tempted when you were talking to me, Maddie, about that too, and I was explaining the order flow. I was tempted to come in and actually add another one down here, another 4. VWAP and overlapping LVN, it looks like though. Yep, big negative delta on the 30-minute candle. If that starts going up, MacFear, send it to the skies, baby. Exactly. Absolutely. Yes. And we're holding structure. See, as long as we're holding structure, I don't get crazy. I don't even care. We're holding structure. Can it come down and stop me out? Absolutely. I'm talking about it less than a $300 risk. I'm not exactly concerned with this position. I like my position. I'm anticipating this market to continue to move directionally to the upside. Can we get a pullback from this? 100%. Can we come down and hit my stop? 100%. But like you said, I have an LVM beneath me. I have another LVM beneath me as well, right? I have VWAP beneath me. They've got so much support here. I'm not too concerned about the trade. Can it stop me out? 100%, because the market doesn't care about all this stuff, right? The price can do whatever. But participants in the market, I'm anticipating participants to come in and continuously defend this area until price action makes a higher high. Until a participant comes in, decides to, short 100 right now, and we come down and hit my stop. Never control what the participants do, right? And the market doesn't care about what we think. So all we can do is interpret what we see. We can put a plan together, and we can say, okay, if it's doing this, this is what we want to do. And see, when we broke those lows, what did we do? Pop, pop, pop. Momentum. And why didn't I put my stop right below these lows? For this very reason right here. Because we could see a stop run or something along those lines to barely break these lows, then price goes right back up again, closes back above VWAP, and now we find buyers in the market. Not saying that's going to happen. I'm saying that's why I put my stop where I did. Say I got to be on this one. I would love to see the reaction of it takes this low and get in long again. If it short what is SFP? I'm not sure what that is. It takes this low and get in long again. Yeah, exactly. If it takes the low, exactly. I can always get in long. Where would I want to be in long again? Well, right down in here. And if we look at the higher time frame chart, right, the 30-minute, we've got another shelf of volume right below us. And so we have this area right here that we could be looking at as well that we just hit. So now we're looking for a higher high. And guess what I'm going to do? I want to be in another 4 here. So now I'm in 8. And now I just doubled my loss or doubled my expense, right? No, I didn't. I'm in 8, but because my entry dropped, I still only have a $360 risk on the position. But it's above a little bit. Now I'm putting it right below the low because we've already gotten the test of VWAP. Now I'm anticipating higher highs to step into the market. Add of close above 290. Yeah. Oh, swing failure pattern. Oh, beautiful. We'll see. I would have never known that. I don't even know what that is. Swing failure pattern? I don't know. It's something. It's something that failed. You're saying add if close above 290. Where's 290 at? Yeah, I mean you can definitely add on a close above 290, which we got that, right? But the reason why I added there, volume point of control. If this is really support, we're going to test into the high volume. And when we test into the high volume, what's going to happen? If buyers are strong, we're going to rotate into the higher volume above us, which is exactly what we did. Now we're just rotating between the two areas of volume. Why did I get in up here where I did and not down here at the line? Because we are probably going to come down and test this area. And if buyers are strong, they're going to test right above it. And that's what we just saw. But we're not seeing the market orders come in to defend the area right now. So we're just not seeing the buyers step in at higher prices at the moment. But that's why I entered when I did. And right there where I entered. Just holding structure. That's all we're doing is just holding structure. And my stop is right below the structure of the 30-minute. So if we get below this area, what are we anticipating? The 30-minute to come back down and test the lows of this range. Where's the low of the range at? The low of the range is at... That's an excellent question. What is the low of the range? The low of the range is at 563 and a quarter. Dang, swing failure pattern is like the oldest word of sweeps that I know. It took over for using the word spring back in the day. Have it from a mentor of mine that is like 80 now. What are you trying to say? Swing pattern failure? No, I have never heard that before. Never, ever have I ever heard those terms before. Oldest word of sweeps that I know. Yeah. I've never looked for sweeps before. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what you kids are looking at these days. Sweep this? Exactly. Thank you, Vito. Sweep this, Maddie. That's from Vito. Exactly. There's your word of the day. You need to remember that like DeMarkian. Sweep this. Just add a B word behind it. Oh, God, that's hilarious. I love it. And so, yeah, I just barely got stopped out here, right? So what am I going to do? I'm going to wait for another pattern to form out here at the bottom, right? And I'm going to get back into the long side. Because what did we do? We came right through the area, but we're unable to really break it or close below, right? And so looking for a continuation play to the upside. Do you know what sweeps are, Vito? Is it just something? Is it just me? Am I just missing the whole thing? Or because I literally don't know what the sweeps are. Make they all the same. The kids are for sure not looking for SFP. They'd be looking for ICT sweeps, huh? Ew, I say to that. um, you know, it's interesting, right? Because we all have somebody sent me a chart yesterday, and I'm not going to show you the chart because they sent it to me on the side, and I don't want to show anybody else's work, okay? But they marked them with impulse, balance, and impulse. And when he was talking to me about impulses and balances and, you know, physics and all sorts of stuff, and I'm just like, okay, what? And then he's like an impulse move, and I'm like, oh, okay. So it's a wick that takes out the prior bar's high, and it closes in the bottom one third of the range of its range. Okay, so you've got a potential reversal pattern there. All right. And so then he's like, balance. Well, okay, there's sideways movement afterwards, absolutely. And then you have a continuation of the downside, and he calls that an impulse. Okay, beautiful. Then you get a pullback into the area of balance, and then that's where you look for the short. But that's what you're using footprints for, to give you the area that you're looking for and the pullback. So you don't even need to know the balance or anything else. And so it's the same exact stuff, but it's like everybody has to package it into their own thing so it sounds like it's new. But it's still the same old stuff. It hasn't changed. It's just in a new package. And so sweeps and impulses and balance and impulse and an impulse wave, and I don't frickin' know. Price action's moving up or it's going down or it's moving sideways, period. That's all we need to be concerned with. What, get in? Nah, I'm not chasing this. I'm not chasing this. I was already in it. I allowed myself to get stopped out. I deserve to be stopped out, and I'm not going to chase a damn thing. I'm going to wait for a pullback into this area. And if it gives it to me, great. And if it doesn't, I'm just going to let her go for a bit until I actually get a true pullback and then get in. And then I'll just scalp it. Stop it just below 290. Yeah, damn, I love 290, right? Right? So yeah, I mean, it's really just coming up with new ways of saying the same stuff that we've been talking about since the beginning of time, that Vito actually did on butcher paper, because he didn't even have a computer to calculate all that stuff out. So he was doing everything by hand. And they have butcher paper up, and you just, write your numbers or whatever on the butcher paper, and then maybe somebody comes over and creates some form of chart of some sort, which they probably didn't. And so you're just working off of numbers. I mean, that's what I did when I was over at the prop firm trading stocks with time and sells. It's just numbers. You don't have charts, you just have the numbers, and you just look at the numbers and see how the bid and the ask is updating to the last price, or how last price is updating to the bid and the ask. And I do that here without even having the bid and the ask. That's when I really get into the feel of the market. Like right now, see how we couldn't even come down to the low here? If we get above this open right here, not the open, but yeah, the open of the bar, boom. Anticipate price movement to the upside. Give us a little bit of room because we filled that high. Collecting some volume down here at the low. Let's see if it's sellers or buyers. If it's sellers, we're going to break the low. If it's buyers, we're going to get back through the open. See, we got some sellers in here. I would 100% not have gotten this long live. Way too big a stop loss for me. Why did that candle have to be that big? Right, exactly. That's why I was saying I'm going to go ahead and wait. The entry point, the really good entry point, is right down here, actually. That's the really good entry point right here. Okay? Not up here where I got in. I was anticipating some possible momentum into the market, but right there. Right there is the good. Wait for it. Be consistent. Don't be an idiot trying to get in at a high. Wait for the pullback right there. See, I can call myself an idiot when I'm being an idiot. I understand. I get it. So I get out with 4 at the high here because I'm anticipating the high to break because of how we rejected off of this area and held my little area over here. And so then I just have my 4 on, right? And then my entry price isn't going to change at all. So I'm entered with 4 right here in this area. And I'm just going to wait and see if we get a continuation here. But I don't like how my longer term continues to fail on these bars at the close of the previous bar. So the closes of my previous bar in the 4 hour and the 1 hour are at 319 and a quarter. And we keep failing around that 319 and a quarter. Right around in here. We're supporting it right now, but we're not supporting it enough to make higher highs. And now we're going to come back down and test it again. I don't like that. I don't like the fact that we're testing through the close of the prior bar on the higher time frames. As we talked about the 30-minute negative delta, yeah, once it got up a bit, it exploded. Great call, though. Yep. Bad candle on the call. Yeah, it's a bad candle down here. I mean, whatever. I got stopped, is what it boils down to, right? I took a, $368 hit. I should have just moved my stop down a little bit farther and had a $500 risk, and I've been just fine. It's all good. These type of trades happen, right? And then you just have to figure out where you're going to enter again. You can enter here. You can enter here. This would be a good place for another re-entry holding this area right now. Right here where price was just at. And if I wasn't already in 8, I'd be adding right here. But this is a great example of a re-entry if you do get stopped out. If you get stopped out at your structure, how do you get into the market again? Well, there you go. Just gave you 3 different entry points that you can use. One of them, in case it just goes with momentum, right? This one is very conservative. You're waiting for the pullback into the area of where it broke out in the first place, okay? And then this one here is more of the conservative, but you're going to have a higher stop in order to be able to do it. And then I got out of my 4 just so I could minimize my risk exposure on the position itself. And the fact that I was already down on the day, just go ahead and just get out of 4, reduce the risk, wait for your next position. And this is how we trade trends. Well, I should say this is how I trade trends. Not we, because everybody can have a different way of trading trends. I still do not know why I think I got my answer. Yep, okay, good. Good. I fixed it. I'm happy now. My 30-minute, I had a profile on there that I didn't like, and I couldn't see what was happening at the highs. But I got rid of it finally, and now I can see what's happening at the highs. I'm happy now. I mean, as long as I'm happy, right? Screw everybody else. This is all about me. It's me. It was just me and my phone that can't see the curse, the mouse. Might be my old eyes. Okay, no. So what I did was I duplicated this chart here. I duplicated this chart and I should have it on global right now. Now it is, okay? And so this area right here is that entry at 314 and a half. You probably can't see the cursor. It's right here. And then it came down, touched that area, right? And then the next one for another entry is right around here. This high volume in the middle of the bar right here. And that is at 120 and 3/4. All I did was duplicated the chart, so I don't have to move charts around all the time. I can keep this one right here. I can make it so it's on the screen the way it's supposed to be, but like right here, it's too, I can't read it well enough. And so I would have to change it around again from where it's at right now for everybody on the screen from whatever platform they're watching are able to see it. So I have this this chart duplicated on another chart so I can, or on my other screen over here, so I can trade off of that screen and then hopefully have the global cursor so you guys can at least see what price I'm talking about, because the cursor itself is dark. You probably can't see that. Although I can from up here, from what I would be looking at in terms of if I was on YouTube or not. Yeah, exactly. So if you can't see the cursor, like the crosshair, right? If you can't see that, that's why, because I'm on my other chart over here doing things behind the curtain. You can't see. It's where the magic happens. $14? No, I'll take a $122 hit for take a $14 revenue at this point in time just because of where I'm at in the position. I'm holding the position. And then we've got resistance above us around the 359. If we break through that resistance, expect price action to go to the 474. And the 474 is where I'm anticipating price to go to. Give me retracement and be down for a long, mate. Little SFP. Of these lows here with some big negative delta as well. Yeah, absolutely. I've been learning and practicing trading for the last 8 months. Yeah, and I'm currently mastering IC. Yep, absolutely. I'm still struggling with my trade, so I want to learn order flow. Where should I start? So in learning order flow, seriously, I don't know, Maddie, on the internet right now that you know of, who is the best person that you can think of at the moment to learn order flow from? What basics do I need to learn before studying order flow? I'm currently practicing only on gold. Okay. So here's the thing about order flow. Okay. You have your areas from ICT. My question is for you on your ICT areas, your context, your structure. Do you trust yourself with your structure? That's the first question I need to ask you. Okay? I don't care what your structure is, ICT, it doesn't matter, whatever it is. Your structure itself. Do you trust your structure? Is it your structure that you're having problems with, or your entries? Because if you're doing ICT, Oliver Velez, great with order flow. Thank you, Vito. I appreciate that. So there's an individual you can go to, Oliver Velez, Velez. Let me get you this name real quick. So that's from Vito. Okay. If you're having issues with your structure, the Flow Horse has a banging course for free. Would have been worth $1 billion, but it is free. Or Trader Dale. Can I link it in the Discord? Are you in Discord, Ahmad? Has a trader from the 80s. Velez is from the 80s. Well, damn it, I have work to do. Because here's the thing, right? If you're having issues with your structure itself, okay, and your areas, because if you're doing ICT, you've got your areas, you've got your structure, and then you're doing your pullbacks. okay, from your fibs for your entries, okay? So if you're running into a lack of consistency with your trading, order flow is not going to help you with those entries. It's your structure that's off. Not yet. Can I get link? Link to which one? Which link do you want? So Oliver Velez is here. There's that, right? Discord is here if you want to join Discord. And then the other place that you can go, since nobody else is telling you, you can go to the videos that I have been doing on order flow, where I'm going through this information at the live edge all the time, right? You know, so if you're looking long here, for example, in this area, okay, look what just happened at this low. See their higher volume coming in here as you're breaking the low, and then price action gets above this volume, this high volume here. If price action is strong to the downside and there's sellers here, we would have continued to break the low and we wouldn't be above the high volume or above the open of the bar. We just wouldn't. The fact that it broke down with a higher volume and came back up through the areas telling us that buyers are in control of this bar. Now, is it telling us that buyers are willing to buy the high of this bar? No, not at all. But if the market cycles back down here to test, okay, then sellers could be back in control of the bar. But right now, breaking the low the way it did, moving back above the open, testing the high, buyers are in control of this bar. Now we have delta coming in. We have up delta coming in, right? Buy delta. We got through the open of this bar. We should anticipate the high of this bar to be tested and possibly broken because of the delta that's in the market right now. What does green delta mean? Buyers on the market, okay? Total volume is telling us all orders, market and limit orders, where market orders are telling us the market-driven orders. So we're watching the market-driven orders within the context of total volume, okay? Look at all the sellers at that low of the candle trapped. Exactly. We have trapped, but we don't know the trapped sellers are down here until we get back up above the higher volume. Okay, because we could easily come into this high volume and then pull back again. So in that context, where do we want to enter? We want to enter after we get back above, buyers have proven themselves, and then we enter just above on a pullback of the high volume, because the high volume is probably going to be tested on the DEX bar before we break the high. And now we have a continuation play to the upside. And now we're actually moving in confluence in the higher time frames. And now we're getting ready to break highs. So thanks, guys, for giving him a recommendation of watching my videos. I did ask, though, who was the best at teaching order flow. So I get it. I understand. Oh, good times. We'll be going on break even now on free trade. Love this one. Yeah, I'm going to go to a break even here pretty soon. I was just looking at that. I want to see what it does here at VWAP first. There we go. That's kind of what I wanted to see. Instead of break even, I'm going to put it now to the highs down here. Why do you think it's going to be a hard journey for you, Hamad? What's going on? Talk to me. What are the issues that you are actually facing? Okay. And I tried to tell this to you yesterday as delicately as I possibly could. Part of the problem that you're running into is strictly what you're using as the foundation of your trading. Okay. I have a former oil pit trader in TikTok right now, and I'm going to ask him, Vito, what do you think about ICT? When you hear the term ICT, what do you first think of? And Hamad, this is not to pick on you. This is not to pick on ICT. It's not to do anything else. Okay. I came out of retirement. Because I started watching individuals on the internet doing ICT and some other things. And I'm watching them and I'm like, oh, hell no. These guys are bringing people the wrong way. They're teaching them the wrong things. And they're telling them that it's what institutions are using. And I'm like, oh my God. And I feel so bad. But you can't lead a horse to water. You can't get anybody else to see this. And my stop is probably too close. You can't get people to unsee it, especially when they believe in it. And so I'm not trying to break down your belief in your methodology. But you're struggling, you're having a hard time. Okay? You can't see it right. Well, yeah, you should be able to. Hold on. Let me see if it's updated yet. Let me show you what I did today in the markets. Okay? Let me just show you what I did in the markets. Not on Sim, right? Well, it is Sim still because it's an evaluation, but it's an evaluation. It's meaningful. It's not like I can do whatever I want to on Sim and then, make up for it, right? This is 100% legit stuff. Okay? And it's not on there yet, but I was up $1,600 today. Okay? I was up 1,600 and it's not on here yet because it just hasn't processed. And I can't bring it up because it's not showing up anymore on my dome. Okay? So I can't show it up on my dome and it's not on here yet. You just have to take my word. I was up $1,600 today. Okay? On 3 trades to the short side in the US session. I was up over 2,000 today on Sim trading the London session. iMan Trading on YouTube, that is. And so I'm not here to dog anybody's methodologies or anybody's systems or what they're trying to do in their trading by any stretch of the imagination. I do believe, though, that individuals can be developed into traders, and that's why I'm here to do this work. If you're struggling, you're not getting it, it's not producing the results that you're looking for, you're looking for new information, I'm not saying that I can help you, but I know that I can give you information that's going to be more valuable than what you're using right now. Because if what you're using right now was valuable, I would be using it. And I'm not using it because the value isn't there. I'm using what I'm doing because there's value here. And there's value here in what I'm doing for other people as well. Vito doesn't do exactly what I do, does something similar, and he's here because he's like, oh man, finally somebody on the internet that knows what they're talking about. Maddie does something that's similar to this. iMan Trading is making good videos on scammers. Watch the ICT one, is incredibly good. So many facts on why he be scamming. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And again, Ahmad, not to call you out, not to call ICT out, not to do anything else along those lines. I'm telling you though, ICT is not going to be a system that's going to help you achieve your intentions of becoming profitable in the markets. And it hurts me when people are talking about it in terms of these magical numbers, right? I mean, I could say here, look at this area, and I'm coining a phrase that Vito gave me, right? And saying, oh, look, this is a TML. It's a Tony magical line. I got that from Vito. He said VML, and I'm like, what's VML? Vito's magical line. Well, this is Tony's magical line. And that magical line pretty much held today. It traded through it just a little bit, but this whole area held. This area held, and price action's moving higher. Anybody can say any line or anything is magical. Now, Vito has a really good idea of what institutions are looking at on their screens. And like he always says, ICT is not on their screens. But I do know I don't know the guy personally, but I know that the person that's created ICT is telling individuals that. And it's just flat not true. And it sucks because he's lying to individuals. And then we're trying to tell the truth to individuals about that, but people won't listen to us because they believe this individual is lying to them. I don't have any skin in the game. I don't charge anybody to teach what I'm teaching right now. I don't do anything else along those lines. And yet individuals are giving funds to this individual that's scamming them out of markets because he's absolutely flat lying to them. One, they're not magical numbers. They're fibs. I was using fibs in 98. Not magical. Not something he created. And he's just doing pullbacks and, as Maddie would say, sweeps in the market and then matching fibs with them. I mean, and then he does really, really, really good marketing to lie to people to get them to buy it. He's a snake oil salesman, and people believe in him, and it's sad. But that's what it is. And I'm doing this work here to teach other people otherwise. And I'm hoping that my work with Vito will bring me to the point where I can be a good source. Maybe not one of the best out there, but a good source of helping individuals develop into becoming consistently profitable traders. We can't trade for people. We can't turn somebody profitable. You got to do the work. You got to put the work in. And you're asking questions and you're interested. And you can see through those actions that you're hungry, that you want this. I just wish I would have found you before ICT did. Price isn't closing above the value area high. Right. I would be looking for trading down to value area low. Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, look, right? Technically we're in value right now, correct? Right? I should be short I should be short right now, and I should be short from no higher than 357 because we are absolutely trading in value right now. And if you're really good, like really good, you would have already noticed this. I don't have the data. Well, that's weird. Why wouldn't that show up? Oh, because it's over here. That's why. You have been short around the 352 area. But this is my issue though, Maddie, right? When I get talking and I'm focusing on that, I'm not focusing on the charts. And my mind is thinking about, the context of what it is that I'm talking about. And when it's answering a question that's not consistent with trading, right? Then I lose focus of the charts completely. And this replay now is null and void for me because I'm not focused on it. And I do the same thing in my live trading. That's exactly how I created this drawdown right here, was through that. And this day here should have been a $2,600 revenue day, and it was only 117. Yesterday, I traded on live and I just focused, and it was really good. Today I didn't trade live and I had about the same results in terms of revenue and profitability. This day here, when I did this, I mean, it's 53 trades, right? But I was in like two, and then I would enter two more. So I was in with total of four. And each time you do that, it's its own trade. And one of them I entered four different times, just one lot. Well, two of them I did. So that's the equivalent of 8 trades right there. But I didn't have a single expense trade in all of those. Yeah, you took the trade in the chat. No, it was absolutely a great trade. Here's a scalp right here as it's coming back right here at 25.33. ICT for me is like I can't talk. I need ICT and T. I can't talk and trade. I'm not talented enough. So let's see here. What time is it? It's 10:45. Time on the chart, not time as in time right now. But I had Discord 500 people. I was live every day. Had to stop because it was free and I missed so many trades. It cost me so much, so I stopped doing that and is now doing well. Yeah, yeah. And that's going to be the same decision I'm going to have to make, Maddie, at some point in time, because I'm investing a lot in this project, and I'm either going to have to decide to continue this project and turn it into something that's not just a free basis, but something else, but still give me the time to be able to trade. And I don't, the only way to do that is to separate the two. And I haven't figured out how exactly I want to do that, or even if I want to do that. So I don't know. Did you notice the 30-minute delta was super positive and a negative? Super lovely this short? I did not know. I did not. No, this short is absolutely amazing, and I'm kind of ticked off at myself for not seeing it um develop. But it's even like these replays, right? Unless I get in here and I really just focus even on these replays, this isn't doing me any good whatsoever if I'm not coming in here and actively trading these days. Go a break even now. Let's see. How does the profile look? So yeah, so what's going on with this actual position right now? We came down and we came down into VPOC, right? We're almost there right now. Okay. And we're just kind of rotational between VPOC. We get through VPOC, right? We have a pretty good down all the way through this whole area here. If we get through the open of this bar, of the previous bar, we're looking down. I wouldn't see any reason here to worry about the position. We're starting to go into a negative delta here. The 1 hour and 240 are located at their closes are at 319. Below that 319 area, anticipate price action to move down and retest the lows. We do have support down here around well, I mean, that's actually at 319 is where that support is right here at 319 and a quarter. So we do have support on 319 and a quarter on the lower time frame charts. But no, this is a great position to be in. Well done. Good catch. So yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to decide what I'm going to do with this project at some point in time. But I'm also hoping that bringing Vito on as well is going to be helpful because by bringing him on, now he and I are talking. We're talking about the charts that should keep me focused more. And then I can bring it back to the audience and questions. And even in a lot of cases, have Vito answer questions and stuff. And the thing about Vito, he was on the pits. He knows distractions and those type of things in the context of trading, right? And he's going to know when to shut it down and he's going to know when to talk. And I've I've got a lot of things that I could possibly learn from Vito through all of this, a heck of a lot more than he has to possibly learn from me. I mean, there's not going to be anything I'm going to be able to teach him. It's not a positive for him in doing this. Um, it's me that's going to be benefiting from it big time. And so I really do want those benefits. And so it's like, okay, how do I set this up so I can possibly make a benefit for him? Because there's not one, I'm not bringing one to the table. So, if that makes any sense. But I really do think, though, by bringing him on, one, it's going to give us a different perspective. Two, there's going to be a lot to learn from that context of what he's seeing and what he's talking about. And just being able to talk shop with somebody else here and not getting caught up in the explanation. Vita's like, okay, wait, go back to the charts. I'm like, okay, beautiful. Let's get back to the charts. Boom. Okay, we're good. We're here. Right? I need that because I'm not doing it on my own. It's like I need a babysitter. Think it's going to be the third break even for me on this day? Yeah, it might. Absolutely. This is a very, very rotational day. I was anticipating it to be a trend and it's extremely, extremely rotational. It keeps coming off of the 356. 356 is key on this particular day right now to the upside. And it seems to be key on the downside as well. And then we have one, what was it again? We have 319, which is important on the downside, and we're trading in this range. And as long as we're trading in this range, we just pretty much have to scalp it. Because we're not really getting extensions to either side. That doesn't link. Hold on. That doesn't link right here. That does. But isn't this where I entered? No. So I'm going to put that there. Okay, there we go. Now that's linked. That makes sense. All right. I should be good to go now. And then yeah, it's still not up there. Let's see here. Where's it at? One. It's probably going to get me out before I figure it out. 319. Yeah, I'm right above the 319. Perfect. There we go. There it is. And now we're at the 319 area, right? There we go. Let's see if we can take this down through the low of this bar. There we go. Beautiful. Like that? I like that. There we go. Another 60 out of it anyhow. And then we're going to go ahead and take another short right here too. Sir, I am ready to abundant whatever I know, and will go abandon whatever you know, and go for whatever makes me consistent and profitable for a long time. And that's just a key, right? As also too, I don't want you to feel like you're abandoning something either, because you went into ICT for a reason, and it's not giving you the results that you're looking for. Okay? So, what platform are you using? This is going to stop me out. This is so rude. What platform are you currently using? And do you have the funds and the investment to be able to go into another platform? Do you have, the £80, £80 a month for a toss? Do you have $800 you can invest in deep charts? These are questions, and I don't want And you don't need to give me specifics. I'm just trying to figure out how to best support you in terms of where you're at. Is it going to give it to me? Are you going to come up and fill me? Oh, you want to, but you're not going to. That's so rude. And then I'm going to leave that one up there just in case it goes. Beautiful. Thank you. Now we're going to put the stop up here. And then we're going to take 4 out. We're going to take 4 out here again. And then we're going to let the other 4 ride. And we're going to see what that does. Because the charting software that you use is going to be extremely important. TradingView, I probably in the next few weeks am going to move over from Deep Charts to TradingView. I have a feeling. I may not, but I have a feeling I'm going to. Maddie, I'm not doing well here. Let's see here, 358, 358. All right, we're going to take another shot to the downside here. Again. And see if we can get up here. I'm going to take a shot to the downside. Hamad, so in that context, right? Okay, do you have the investment? Because if you don't, then it's like, okay, what do we have to work with right now? Where are you at? What's going on? How do we develop you from where you're at right now to start leading you to where you need to be? I'm a beginner, so I trade demo in CFD broker. I analyze in TradingView and take trade. I don't have funds. Okay, beautiful. So we've got to work in the context of, you have TradingView? You already have TradingView. Are there free versions of TradingView that doesn't have volume analysis? I don't know. I'm not that familiar with TradingView, unfortunately. Let me look. TradingView. Yeah, if you're on the essentials, you're going to have indicators on indicators, but there's a volume profile. So you have access to a volume profile. You're on TradingView. You use free of TradingView? Okay. Do you have volume profiles on the free version? Because what I'm seeing here, this is an essential. It's like $12.95. They don't have a free version, but they're saying on this one that there's a volume profile on it. Do you have access to volume profile? Okay, yes, volume profile is free. Okay. In the context of volume profile, does it look like this? Or are you able to draw like this? Like you can just pick a bar on a chart and then just draw a volume profile. So is it already made for you or on each bar, or can you draw one? No. Can you draw one like this? Answer yes or no to that question. Because just saying no, I'm not quite sure exactly what you were answering there. Can you draw one like this? Like you could put a volume profile and just extend it over a range of bars on your own. You have to draw from candle to candle. That's even better. Beautiful. Okay. So if you have to draw from candle to candle on your volume profile, that's something that we're able to work with. Okay. And you're already studying. You also have a replay function as well, right? Do you have a replay function for? Okay, beautiful. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to learn how to draw your volume profiles. And this is how you're going to do it. Just go through data like this. Okay. And I don't have a lot of data in here because I'm on a back. I guess I do. I have plenty, actually. Okay, why isn't it letting me grab this? I don't want to delete them all. What I want you to do is go back through your charts, okay? And look where we're trading in a range. And then when we stop trading in a range, look for a close above or below that range, okay? So for example, we're trading in a range here, okay? Price action breaks through that range here and closes above, okay? You're going to draw a volume profile from the bar that closes above these highs which would be this bar right here, and you're just going to put a volume profile on there, okay? That's all you're going to do. Just put a volume profile on there. Then each bar, spread it out until you get a close below that range, which happens on this bar. Now you don't have this range anymore, okay? Price action comes up into that range on this bar, right? Pull back to that area and continues down. And it trades back into the prior range. So now you delete this, you come back over here, and you rely back on your volume profile from the full range. Okay? And then you're going to just continue to drag it bar by bar. And I just want you to focus right now on being able to draw these profiles, to see them, to see where they need to go. And to see how your value area adjusts as it's moving. And do this on a 30-minute chart, okay? And just try that. And just practice that until you're confident in drawing your profiles. And watching price develop around your profiles. So here, for example, okay, you start right here. Price action goes up into value area low, high, goes right back down into value area low. Okay, you're rotational. As soon as you go from value area high to value area low, you are rotational in that particular market or that particular area of your bars. Value area high is the dashed line. Value area below is your lower dashed line. Price action broke out here, closed, went up into value area high, came down into value area low. There. Value area high, value area low. You're rotational. Okay? Full rotational market. Until you get a close above the range. Now, on that close above the range, you have a new area of value. And you keep doing it until right here, you now become rotational. So in this market here, you're not really doing a lot of stuff. You're waiting until you become rotational right here. Okay? Then you're going to take this and you're going to keep expanding it out until you have a close below this current area of value, which is here, which this low is part of. So we can just continue to expand it out, just like this. And just watch how price action behaves in value. And now you have another close and you draw another profile. And just keep doing that so you can see the rotations in the market. And then when you can do that and you found consistency drawing your profiles, then we're going to sit back and we're going to teach you how to draw areas around that. And then utilize the longer term charts, like a 1 hour, a 4 hour, different types of different type of time frames in your charts, to be able to tell you how to trade or where to trade out of those areas. So the higher time frames give you the direction, okay? And your areas from your profiles give you direction. But until you can create your developing profiles, there's no sense in taking you any further and teaching you anything else until that's established. Okay? And then once you have that established, come back, let me know, and we'll go into the next lesson. Well, at least you had 3 break-even trades. I was down 274 on this particular day. Had a really good entry down here, got stopped. Then I took that nice short. I took another short for a nice scalp. And then my other 2 scalps in here for the shorts didn't work too well. This one worked out really well. Yeah, I just lost track. I lost focus of what it was that I was doing. So, Ahmad, you have questions about that? Is that something that you feel like you can do and you're able to do with your platform? And then when the market comes down or does something that absolutely moves into the other area of value, then just go ahead and utilize that main area of value. Okay? And of course, price action comes down, right? Still, even though it's coming down, here's your close below. Draw your profile. And I'll show you what's happening. See here? You're still rotational. And after a big drop like this, you should anticipate a continuation. And there's your continuation. And look up here. Above value area high. After coming down into value area low, there's your rotation. Beautiful. Then practice that. Get extremely proficient at that, where you have full 100% trust in yourself to draw these profiles. And when you do, come back and I'll teach you the next lesson. How does that sound? Beautiful. And don't try to trade right now. Okay? Don't try to trade at the moment. Don't try to turn this into any form of trading methodology or anything else along those lines. Don't do that to yourself right now. See, even this bar, one bar came from all the way down here and moved right back to value area high. Well, this is AMT is showing you, is auction market theory. He is showing you it is proven to work 70% of the time. This is one of the biggest free edges that you can find out there with proven data sets going back hella old. Thank you, Maddie. Appreciate you. And look where it came to, value area high. Where did it reject? That same area and came back down again. And then what happens? And you're going to know this. You're going to see this as you're doing it. Okay? Almost to that area, trades back down again. To where? Let's see where it goes. We haven't broken out of the range to the upside. We haven't broken out of the range to the downside. Here's your unfair lows now. Your value area low down here. Okay? There's your value area low. Your value area high is still way up here right now, but watch this. See that? Don't look at it here. Look at it here. Boom. Hamad, yes. I was actually going to bring that up and I forgot. And thank you, Maddie, for reminding me. Hamad, make sure you adjust the FVRP, is that what it's called in his trading platform, Maddie? To 70%. So what he's saying is this: go into your settings of your volume profile. Okay. So go into your settings and you could just go into your settings. This is the VVP settings, right? And what you want to do is go into your value area section. And you want to make sure your percent value area is set to 70%. Okay. What's the win rate with order flow strategy? Depends on what your strategy is. That's a loaded question, Connor. It's different for everybody. It really depends on what your structure is. What are you doing your structure on? Because order flow is just the footprints, right? And so you're just looking for entry points off of your footprints by the way that you interpret your footprints. Okay. The question is, what are you doing to create your areas? And how strong are your areas? That's the question. Because when you have good, strong areas that are based upon not just price, but participants, the auction itself, then you can turn around, you can match your order flow with that. I'll show you something. You want to know what the win percentage is? Let me show you something real quick. I hope you're still there. I had 53 trades this day. None of them were expenses, and I was up 1633. I had quite a few break-even trades, but 53 trades, 1633 in revenue. No expense trades on that particular day. I didn't have any expense trades here when I had 3. And then today I had 3 as well. It might show up as 4 when it's done. I was up 1633. I didn't have any expense trades there either. This was the only day that I had an actual expense trade. And I was trading the minis and not the micros. And so my expense was a little bit higher. I was trading live. I wasn't fully focused on my charts. I went to sim right after that trade, and I had a $1,600 revenue position afterwards. And so that would have wiped that out. I traded on my own here. Wasn't trading on Stream Live, and that's where I picked this up, and I was just scalping that day. And then I had 6 trades here, back on live again, streaming, trading live, and that should have been a $2,600 day for me on a replay. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Maddie. I really appreciate your time and effort. Your guidance means a great deal to me. I'm truly grateful. Ahmad, absolutely. We're here. Maddie's here a lot. I'm here a lot. We are here to help develop traders. I don't charge. This is what I do. I love trading, and it sucks for snake oil salesmen to be out there taking advantage of people that really, really, really want to learn. And so, yeah, that's why I'm here. That's why I came out of retirement in May. Win rate means nothing. Profit factor, or even, is what to look at. Don't get caught in win rate. I was profitable on 35% win rate when I got funded. Maddie, absolutely, right? And I didn't finish what I was trying to say. Okay. What this is telling you here is this: I have areas that are meaningful to the auction. Okay? I have areas that are meaningful to the auction. The market doesn't care what you think. The market doesn't care what gods you pray to when you're hoping and praying that a position's going to go in your favor. The markets care about the participants. And the participants are the members of the auction. They're the ones that make the auction. Because if you don't have participants, price would never move. Price becomes imbalanced, moving in directionally, because participants engage in the markets. Well, participants on other time frames engage in the markets in particular areas. And if you can find those areas and match those areas with participants, you have an edge. You have an edge in the auction. And if you have an edge in the auction, the way you execute your positions through risk management, money management, position management, inventory, you put all of that stuff together, that gives you a strategy built upon an edge that's going to give you your win rate, that's going to give you your percent profitability, as I would say it, instead of win rate. That's going to give you the information you need to figure out a profit factor. And that's going to give you the stats that you need to tell you how well you're doing in your trading. Okay? So, yeah, we're all going to have different results. We're all going to have more trades than others. We're all going to have less trades than others. Okay? But the win percentage is up to the individual trader. And more importantly than the win percentage, how much are you making on your trades comparatively to how much you're risking? When you figure that stat out, now you have a profit factor. And your profit factor means a lot more than risk to reward or anything along those lines. And so asking what the win percentage is on order flow is like trying to say how many raindrops are falling out of the sky in this thunderstorm. It's a loaded question, and there's no way to actually answer it because it's based upon the storm, and it's based upon the person who's counting and how long they're going to count for out in the rain until they decide to go back inside and stop counting or get distracted and have to start over. Here's my situation. Beautiful. I'm trying to pass a $100,000 eval. Yep. I'm down 2K from choppy days on NASDAQ. Yep. I have another 1,000 to lose before lose the eval. How do I save my first eval? You may not. Okay. That's the first thing that you have to, the first place you have to get to. You may not be able to pass this eval. Okay. You may not be able to. Doesn't mean you can't. It doesn't mean you won't. It means you might not. Now that we got that reality out of the way, now we can go in and we can say, okay, what can we do to possibly pass the eval? Well, how do you currently trade? What is your current methodology or ideology theory that you use to trade the markets right now? Tony, would you mind having a look on the profile through this session? If you anchor it from 9:30 and forward, yeah, you want me to do it from the let me see. Let me see. So we're on, you want what time frame do you want it on? You've been copy trading off of Patrick Wieland. Okay. So Connor Bob. Patrick Wieland. Who is this guy? $15? Beautiful. Um, I don't know who that is. Um, how does he trade? Let's see. What is his methodology? Oh, his secret day trading strategy I've worked on for 8 years. Connor Bob, the only advice I could possibly give you is this. If you want to trade and you want to pass an evaluation, oh, Patrick is another beast. You can't copy him though. He is on delays. So when you get in his trade, he's already out. Well, thanks, Batty. There we go. Is that on my funded? Oh, what's up, MetaTrader? Yeah, so I'm what you just saw there on my results, that's on the NASDAQ, and yeah, that's actually an eval, not funded. That's on an eval. It's 150,000 select through Tradeify. I'm up like $3,000 right now on the evaluation, and I need to be up 9,000. Patrick is saying doing very well, but is EMA and candlesticks his old school? Yeah, EMA candlesticks. Connor Bob, if you're serious about trading, you're really serious about trading, you want to pass an eval, copy trading is like trying to take Derek Jeter's baseball bat, picking it up, going to a major league game, walking to the home plate, facing the MLB pitcher in front of you, and trying to take a swing, expecting Jeter's bat to give you a skill. And if you're not going to go into a major league stadium and stand at home plate with a major league pitcher standing in front of you pitching one of his pitches, and you're not going to do that because you don't think you can swing the bat, Derek Jeter's bat, to get the skill to hit the ball, then you need to learn the skill in order to hit the bat or make the trade. Copy trading another individual on the internet isn't going to get you there. And I hate to say it like that. I hate to, burst your bubble, because I know what you're looking for. And it's the answer isn't that simple, because right now you're not even trading um a plan. You're not doing anything else. You're literally copying another trader, expecting that trader to be responsible to pass your eval. And trading, unfortunately, just doesn't work that way. It never has, and it never will. Now, if you want to develop into a trader that can, I can help you develop into a trader Yeah, and I don't sugarcoat anything. Not in trading. I took my first trade in 98. All right, I'm a fucking dinosaur. Okay? I'm older than dirt, all right? And I'm still learning. All right? I'm not going to sugarcoat anything, because I've been there. I've been exactly where you're at. I can't I can't create these results for you. But what I can do is help develop you so you can do these on your own. And when you can do these on your own, you own your own trading. And now you own your success. And you own the life that that success builds. Because you own what you do. That I can help you develop into. But to pass your combine right now, with only $1,000 in risk that you have left, when all you're doing is copying another trader, maybe if I could walk on water, I might be able to help you do that. But I can only walk on water in the winter. And it's not winter right now, it's summer in North America. And so even that, I just don't have the magic to be able to do that. And I wish I could. I really do. I just don't. I'm pretty sure Patrick is like trading for 20 years too, but he has a massive gate that he is keeping. Also, he got money to mess up accounts and just buy new ones. Money we ain't got for that. We'll see, and that's exactly it for some of these individuals too, right? I've already shown you guys, I don't know how many times, that you could be down $10,000, $20,000 and not take an expense, right? I've already shown you how to do that. And if you can, here's the thing, right? If you can pass an evaluation, you get into funded, okay? And you can get a payout for your funded, use your payout for your funded to purchase the lightning accounts. And now you have 5 accounts. Trade off of 3 of them and have 2 of them back. If you blow up the 3, you go back to your 2, okay? And you start trading off of your 2. Then you turn around and get another payout. Then you buy 3 more lightnings and you do the whole thing again. And if you find a position where it starts going against you and you don't want to take the risk, asset manage yourself into the position, utilize your inventory, get yourself out of the position with as close to the break even as you possibly can. And if it snaps against you, you're going to blow up the funded, but you already have new fundeds to roll into. That's the way you win the game. Because you're taking funds out of the market the whole time you're doing it, and your risk is extremely limited, and you're allowing the casino, the prop firm, to pay for your next funded accounts through the payouts. And you just keep on doing that. And that's what a lot of these individuals that are doing well are doing. Okay? And then you don't do it just with one prop firm. Once you get consistent with it, you do it with 3 or 4 prop firms. And now you're doing something. Instant fodder the way to go. Instant fodder the ways to go. The way to go as long as you are able to pass a funded 100%. If not, you're just throwing away the $400 or $500 or whatever it is that the instant funded is paying. But that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pass one evaluation. I'm going to turn around and I'm going to make whatever that evaluation was in revenue. So if I need to make $9,000 in the evaluation, I'm going to pull $9,000 out in payouts. After the $9,000 of payouts are done, I'm going to turn around and buy 4 Lightning funded accounts. And I'm going to trade off of 3 of them. And if I blow those 3 up, I have 2 remainder. My goal is not to blow this account, right? I hope I can save it. Exactly. But if it doesn't work out, I'm fine with buying a new account. Yeah, I was thinking tomorrow I could trade gold off of Fed reports and save it. Oh, dude. You're talking about one of the possible highest volatility positions you could possibly be in that can go both ways in a matter of moments, well over $1,000. I mean, to pass the account to try it, I mean, why not? I mean, that's a roller coaster I'd go on in a heartbeat, right? But then sensibilities step in. And it's like, but do we really want to take that risk? Well, it doesn't matter if it sets a stop or not, right? Because the market's just going to trade right through it anyhow if there's any level of volatility after the FOMC tomorrow, which usually after FOMC there is. But I mean, I will be honest with you guys. I haven't seen FOMC yet since we've started the guidance. Again, guys, when the head of the FOMC, when I started trading, was Greenspan. Okay? Clinton was the president of the United States. All right? It's been a while. Okay? It has been a while. All right? Connor Bob, if you want to try to pass your combine by doing that tomorrow, you know what? Kudos to you for the idea. You don't care about, doing another evaluation after if you blow that one up, do it. Why not? Throw the dice. Seriously. If you're going to gamble, gamble. Why not? And do it with a gusto because, man, that idea is gusto. Okay? 100% gusto. But you got to remember, well, I mean, Powell, yeah, but I'm talking about Greenspan. Way before Powell. If you're going to do it, do it. Absolutely. But remember, you're gambling and not trading. Okay? But if you're serious about becoming consistently profitable in trading, start joining these. Start joining my live sessions. Start watching the videos. Take the information. Learn how to apply it to your own charts. Own it. Come into the live sessions. Ask questions. Let me help you. Not because I have all of the answers, because it's what I'm doing, and other people are telling me that I'm fairly good at it. Not one of the greats, not one of the best, but fairly good at it. I have a Discord. It's all free. I don't charge. It's your choice. Dude, do you want to be a gambler or a trader? Yeah. If you don't if you can't de-risk and keep this account alive, you ain't got a profitable strategy and there's no reason to buy a new account, then you need to do the data. You just need to go on Sim. Powell isn't the chair anymore, so I don't think FOMC. Yeah, he's a roulette player. Oh no, I was comparing him to the new FOMC member. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I'll do that. Honestly, drawdown is a gift for you now. Work that account up from tiny trades, slowly increase risk, work your way up, earn it. Thank you. Yeah, of course, of course. You know, but that's the question you have to ask though. Are you a gambler? Are you a trader? That's the first thing you have to answer. If you're a trader, then develop yourself into becoming a trader. And copy trading another trader is not being a trader. It's still being a gambler. I'm a trader, but sometimes become a degen. Well, I'm a degenerate by heart. I mean, my God, he came up with the idea of trading gold on the FOMC to pass this thing, and I'm like, go for it. Talk about a degenerate. Because there's a point in time in my life, in my trading career, I would have absolutely 100% done that without even thinking twice, just to see what the experience would have been. And I would have done it with live money, not in a sim, just to see how the market would actually work within that context, right? Because I'm an idiot. I didn't go into the Marine Corps and have them give me an ID-10T form for nothing. All right? I own that shit. But at the same time, though, that would be a science experiment for me, and I would be doing it based upon a science experiment just to see what the slippage is going to be in that context, right? That's one of the ways that I was able to trade the flash crash without getting myself into trouble, was because I did stuff like that. We're all degenerate sometimes. The difference is being a degen with a stop loss or a degen without. Yes, exactly, 100%. But you know what though? The thing of it is though, with these prop accounts though, right? That once you hit your maximum loss, your trailing drawdown of $1,000, they're going to cancel out your position anyhow. So it doesn't matter if you have a stop loss or not. They're going to turn around and exit the position for you. So they become the stop loss. At least there's curbs in place to protect us from ourselves. All right, Maddie. Well, peace out, my friend. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Um, yeah, this was fun. This is probably one of the more fun sessions we've had. Use inventory as my stop loss. Exactly. Exactly. Can you explain your strategy to a new trader? Of course. My strategy is auction market theory. Okay. And what does that mean? Most traders look at price. They look at indicators and they'll look at price. Okay. But price is only the result of the market. All right. Every auction needs participants. And if there's no participants in the market, or for every participant, there's another participant. So every buyer, there's a seller. For every seller, there's a buyer. Price action is just going to stay flat. Right. What happens though is participants get aggressive. And when participants get aggressive, they tend to move the market in a particular direction, up or down, up or down. What I do is I read the participants, where they're at, where they've been getting heavy, where they have been not showing up at all, and I look for rotation. And then when price action gets into an area where there hasn't been a lot of participation and it's outside of where it's been choppy and ranging and balanced, right? That's where I want to enter, because I'm anticipating participants to support that market in that particular direction and to get through the area of value once again to the other side of area of value, because markets tend to be rotational. So let me show you what that looks like visually. This is a volume profile chart. Let me exit the replay so we can see a better chart of this. That chart I just showed you is a daily chart. So we gotta wait for this to build the chart and the data. It'll be a second. Markets are rotational. Okay. 70% of all volume trades in this area. Okay. And then the excess 30% trades in the gray areas. And what I'm looking for is a price action to come into the gray areas, into low volume areas, to move back to the other side of value. And then for it to come back up here and move back down again. Now, how does that look on actual price chart? I'm glad you asked. Great question. I'm just trying to get a good example. We will put it onto this right here. Price action is rotational. Comes into unfair lows, low volume, trades back down into the lower range, moves back into down into low volume again, comes up into VPOC, volume point of control, where the most trades have taken place, which means that is the place where it's going to act, price is going to act like a magnet to go back to. It comes back down into the low volume node, comes back up, hits VPOC again, comes back down to value area low to low volume node, goes up to value area high. Rejects off of the high volume, comes right back down into value area low area. And that's a rotational market, my friend. And what we do is we trade these rotations. And then when price action decides to start trending, we turn around and we trade the trend because we adjust our methodology to the changing market or shifting market condition. And we have the knowledge to say here is the market shift bar that's causing the shift. From here, we could be directionally trending to the downside. We could run sideways, or we could move back into prior value. And what do? Move back into prior value until we break through and we start trending again. And then we use higher time frame charts to determine direction to go in line with auction market theory and where we're at in value. And that's it. That's all we do. We're just trading the auction. And we're trading directionally with the auction when we're in value. And we trade directionally with the trend when we're in a trend. And that's it. And we utilize volume profiling to tell us where the participants are, to give us areas of interest, key areas of interest, where we're going to go and analyze footprints to key us into the market at the best price we can get. Which time should I tune in tomorrow? Lock my account out for today to keep me from making an impulsive decision. Connor, you're awesome. You're absolutely awesome. I was scared for you when you first came in here, but no, you're awesome. Not a lot of people can take the type of information I gave you today and come to the conclusion that you did. You don't resist information. You're open to change. You're open to doing things the right way. You absolutely 100% have a chance. Tomorrow, I'm not trading tomorrow because of the FOMC. You kind of caught me at a hard time here. Thursday, Friday, I've got to go to Ohio and take care of some business. I'm not going to be back on until Monday, okay? And I know that's a long time, all right? But I have a ton of videos out there. Go to Live the Return on YouTube. Go onto my Discord. It's all free. In fact, you know what? Don't even go onto YouTube. Just go on to Discord. Sign up for Discord. Go on to Discord and go to the section for what charting software do you have? Go to YouTube and look for any of my videos that I have out there for it says NQ live trading or NQ live replay. And that's all. Every time I come in and I do anything in any of the replays, I go through my pre-market analysis and how I build my plans. And I show exactly my areas and everything else. And then I go through and I trade the session. All right. And I do that in replays and I do that in live. And so allow that to be your training ground for the rest of this week. And then Monday, come on in. I'll be live at 10 a.m., 10 to 11. I trade live. And then I'll come in the afternoons and I'll come in the afternoon and do a replay. And then I have another individual as a floor trader in oil in the 90s that might be joining the stream with me starting this next week or maybe a little bit after that. That is going to be helping in the context of putting this all together for individuals as well. You're trading on top steps, so whatever chart is built into their software. Okay. That's going to be a little bit more difficult for you because they don't have access to all the charting stuff that we use. You know, we use professional tools here. Not the magical lines that other individuals use. And we need professional charting software in order to do that. The free charting software just doesn't provide this information. We'll work on that as time goes on. Your charting software probably doesn't have volume profiling and some of the other tools. You can get Rithmic through the data provider. Sierra Charts is the cheapest charting software to get all of this. The next cheapest is ATAS, ATAS. Look them up and see if that's something that you're able to get. If you can, then you've got the professional charting software that you're going to need in order to be able to put this all together. ATAS is a little bit cheaper than Deep Charts. So there you go. That's where you start. Start with the videos first. See if that's something you're even interested in. See if it makes sense to you. See if you're able to, decipher what it is that I'm saying, because I may not be the right person that's able to teach you. I still have a copy of it right here. No, this is one of the ones that I was working on. But this is Sierra Charts here. How do I get out of this particular chart and get into, so there's gold. Let me open up one of my workspaces. How long are you in an average trade? Depends. Like today, I was day trading and not scalping. So I was in a trade today I traded for 25 minutes today. 25 minutes and I was up a little over $1,600. Some of my trades, if I'm just scalping, I'll only be in it for a few seconds. Like if it's a break even, it just immediately goes against me. But in my evaluation right now, because they do look for the scalping thing, so I'm going to bring this up too, just so you know. But when I'm scalping, I'm out in positions for very long usually. Let me show this to you real quick, just so you know. because they have the scalping rule. Some of them do. Where's it at? I know that the scalping rule exists. Where's it at? I just saw it the other day. Oh, profit. It's not profit target. I had less than 11% of my trades. Here we go. Is it profit target? No. Consistency. Less than 11% of my trades were less than 10 seconds. It was like 7 or 8% of them were under 10 seconds. So it's not like I have a ton of them. Yeah, I traded for like 25 minutes today is all I traded for. I had three trades and they went to my profit targets and that was it. I don't trade. So when you look at my stats here, none of this was on trading for more than an hour. So I did, like, these 2 days were really choppy, but we knew that they were going to be choppy. I talked about it before the open of the market on each one. I'm like, look, guys, this is going to be really choppy. Be very careful. Be very careful. It's going to be really choppy. It's going to be really choppy. Then I turned around and did my stupid mistake here and got my drawdown. That I came back with a vengeance on this day. But even this day, I traded an hour. I traded less than an hour here. And then I traded for an hour on this day. And then today was like 20 minutes, 25 minutes, something like that. It was 1600, 16 and change. I don't remember the exact amount, but yeah, it's what I do. It's how I operate. And then today though, I was in my trades a little bit longer because of that, but there's days where I will day trade instead of scalp. But if it's just in a range and it's a tighter range, I'm just going to scalp it. You know, I don't worry about a 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1 risk reward ratio. I'll scale into positions. I'll use inventory and scale into positions. I'll scale out of positions. When you're scaling in and out of positions, a risk reward doesn't make that much of a sense of a stat anymore. The reason being is because you're not just going all in and all out, right? And so you're getting in and out at different prices. What becomes more important is profit factor. Look up profit factor and see what that means. And you'll be able to see exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to profit factor. Profit factor will tell you what percentage are you making above what you're expending. Okay? And that's what profit factor is for. So yeah, that's where you start. If you can start there, okay, you're already on your way to developing consistency. I never tell anybody that they're going to make money trading. This is one of the hardest things that you can possibly do in your life. Okay? But it's also one of the most rewarding. Is it possible to become profitable? 100% possible. Yes. Can you still blow up an account after you're profitable? 100%. I've done it. 100%. The difference between my trading now and my trading before is I can now trade every single market condition out there. I have a methodology to trade trends. I have methodology to trade ranges. I have methodologies to trade intraday when the intraday is when the market's telling me that intraday makes sense. It's much easier to trade intraday on the ES than the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is a violent little bastard. All right. Hard is always better than easy, 100%. Always. There's not too many things that you can say always about, but that is definitely one of them. What was I saying? I can trade every market condition now. I got a methodology for each of them. ES is much easier to trade rotationally. And because of that, it trades rotation. Because of that, it's much easier to turn a trade into a day trade. The NASDAQ is a violent little bastard. He will just move on you in a heartbeat, right? So we got to protect ourselves a bit more. So I scalp more than NASDAQ. But the NASDAQ, the range of it is so wide, and the momentum that comes in for scalping, that's exactly what you want. It's like the best market out there for those things. All right? So put that into context and learn and learn and learn and expect it's going to take you 6 to 12 months to get there. And here's the other advice I'm going to give you. 30 trades. Oh, you're so welcome, Ahmad. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. there. Go to bed. Yes. Good night. Sleep well. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for talking to me today and being open to new information. Truly appreciate you. You have a good one. Connor Bob, one other thing before we go. Before you start another evaluation, Combine, Top Step, I think says Combine, right? Before you start another one, 30 trades in sim. Most traders out there in social media will tell you not to trade in sim. Please, please, please trade in 30 days in sim until you've hit your expectancy of what you want to create for your trading. You're on your 8-month? Yeah. And it hurts bad? Yeah, exactly. It does. Absolutely. Okay. It's designed to, because the markets are going to reflect to you everything that keeps you from being profitable. All right. That's what the markets do. Until you're able to change those things, and it reflects back to you the profitability that you developed into. That's what the markets do. But why do the markets do that? Because that's what reality does. Reality does the same exact thing. Our reality is merely a reflection of our actions. Our results in the market is merely a reflection of our actions. And if we're taking expense trades and we're blowing up evaluations and we're doing all those things, it's because our actions are not aligned to profitability. The only way to adjust that is to develop. Now, the markets, one of the best things about the markets is every bar right here is the present moment. Every tick represents the present moment. You always know that you're in the present moment. Why is that important? Because the only way that you can change what you do is in the present moment. This is why it's so difficult to change your reality in life in general, because your old routines and habits come online and act for you, manipulate your body for you. How long are you in an average trade? Was that your question? I answered that. If that was your question. If not, then I didn't see it. Ask your question again. I'll stop talking until I see it. No, I don't use Sierra charts anymore. I did, as you can tell, right? I have a footprint. Yeah, there's my footprint chart. I just like the way the footprints look so much better in deep charts than over here. I was asking what caused the red day a couple days ago. Yeah, so what caused the red day? That's an excellent question. So what I did was I took a trade at 9:43 in the morning, and my plan is not to take a trade until 9:45. And I was in a mini instead of a micro. And I put my stop in, and it was a 1350 stop from where I wanted it at. And I was like, damn, well, I've got to keep it here. But 1350 is fine in my cash account. And I was trading cash prior to those first 2 days. Okay. So you had the first 2 days, Monday and Tuesday of revenue, and then you had the expense day, right? And so I was trading in cash the Friday before. The Monday, I came on live. Tuesday, I came on live. Then Wednesday was that first day. And I was 1350 risk. I'm like, that's too much for an evaluation. Well, I took that stop at the 1350. Then I took another trade that was up like $60. And then I took another trade that was break even. And I was like, you know what? That's 3 trades. I'm done. I switched to Sim. And when I was in Sim, I took another trade, and that trade was up $1,600. That's what happened on that expense day. And it was like my third day of trading live on the stream, and trading live and streaming at the same time is not easy. Not even a little bit. Trading is not my full-time job right now. Trading was my full-time job from 2008 to 2019. I just came out of retirement in May, and I didn't take my first trade until the end of June because I did my first 30 days as well. My first 30 trades. So no, trading right now is not my full time. Full time I'm in compliance in financial institutions. My goal is to be full time trading in the next 6 months. And if I keep doing this right here and I can have 5 of these accounts going at the same time, I will definitely get there. I'll get there before 6 months. But I'll probably give myself 6 months anyhow just to make sure that the profitability continues. I might be crazy, but I'm not stupid. There's a fine line between the two. But trading was my full-time job from 2008 to 2019. I was in investment banking before 2008. Probably took 3 months off. Luckily, I just got back on in May. There you go. Yeah. What's my background in finance? I was on the trading floor for commercial mortgage-backed securities. I was a fee-based financial planner with American Express Financial Advisors. I had a Series 3, Series 30, Series 3, and a Series 24, which is your futures brokerage license as well as your branch manager. So I partnered with a introducing broker with an IB and opened up my own futures brokerage company for basically I was just a broker and did some trade calls, and I had a trading plan or trading room as well, a trading calling thing, I guess is what you would call it, because we didn't have what we have right now at that time. In 2008, I went to a prop firm and I learned how to trade stocks, news driven stocks at the open, um, with just time and sells. And then I went retail in 2010. And so, yeah, there's my background. I was in Afghanistan in 2001. I got out of trading in December 2019 due to a divorce, which set me in a huge tailspin of just negativity and depression and all sorts of stuff. Um, yeah, that's that's my background. I majored in political science, philosophy, and economics. And so I didn't even major in finance at all. I've spent about $120,000 on trading education and trading psychology courses and gurus and indicators and you name it. If it was out there and it was there and it looked interesting, I probably threw money at it at some point in time. Partially to learn, partially to develop myself into the trader that I wanted to be. Yeah, I was always that individual. I created a trading plan, and I would go into the markets and I would trade it, and it would do well for 4 6 weeks. I would turn a $15,000 account into 50, 60, $70,000. I did that multiple times, and I'd have a 20 to 30% drawdown. Then I would stop trading and develop a new methodology. And then a few weeks later, I'd hit the market again and do it all over again. And I just kept doing that over and over and over again from 2010 to 2013, 2014. Then 2014 is when I became much more consistent, and the 20 to 30% drawdown started happening a lot less. I have a goal of being able to have a decent amount saved for a house in 2 years. Connor Bob, if you commit yourself to this path, you could 100% do that. Absolutely. You may need to invest $350 a quarter into this in order to be able to do that just for the charting software. But you do that, if you can do that, and you're committed to learning, and you're committed to replay, you're committed to practice, right? I mean, we use Derek Jeter's baseball bat as an example, right? But his skill didn't just develop because he showed up at the games, right? Every day he went to practice. Every day he practiced. And if we're not practicing our craft every day, what are we doing? Because this is absolutely, make no mistake, this is a high performance job, high performance career. And every high performance career out there takes practice. Surgeons, practice. Athletes, practice. High sales individuals, practice. What made you stick with this strategy versus other strategies? Because it works. This is the only strategy that I found at $120,000 that I spent that actually works. And it's the only one that I've seen work consistently for other traders. That's why. It's not because I developed it. It's not because it's the best. It's not because it works all the time. It's not because it doesn't come with its own expenses. No, it takes time to learn. There's a lot to it. There's a lot of intricacies. There's a lot of things to constantly learn about it. The market is a constant teacher. But the only reason why I follow this strategy is because it consistently works. And it's the only one that I know that consistently works for other traders. I don't know any other trader out there that is consistently profitable that's not doing something in the context of auction market theory. Premeep, thank you so much for the like. I truly appreciate you. MSK, thank you so much for the follow. I truly appreciate you. You guys are awesome. Truly, truly appreciate all of you. And to be frank with you, I wouldn't teach something that I didn't do, that I wasn't using, and that I didn't know that didn't know that it worked. Random question. What's the most you've seen single trader make in a year, not being a hedge fund, but being totally solo? So I haven't looked at anybody's P&L for a year, but I can tell you this. Okay. I will tell you a story. It's a trader. I don't think he's around anymore. I wish he was. I would love to talk to him now because I think I could finally figure it out. This guy was a bond trader. All he traded was bonds. He was $3,000 to my tuition. I put on prop firm, spent in 8 months. Yeah, that's normal. So this guy, he's a bond trader. I paid him $10,000 and I flew out to Seattle to go see him. And we traded. And he traded for 4 days in the ES as a bond trader. He went to the ES market because it was the ES that I wanted to trade. The first day he looked at me and was like, how much money do you want to make? And I said, well, what do you mean? And he's like, well, how much money do you want to make? I said, I don't know. He said, well, you need to know. And I said, well, why? He said, because it's going to tell you how much time you need to spend spending the markets. He's like, this is what he told me flat out. Market's boring, or trading's boring. And you want to limit your amount to time of trading as much as possible. So you need to know how much money you're going to make. Self-Wolf, thank you so much for the subscription. I truly appreciate you. Oh my goodness, you guys are awesome. I truly appreciate you guys. You guys are so awesome. Thank you so much for all the support. Truly, truly appreciate each one of you. So this guy, he's like, how much money you want to make? And I'm like, I don't know. He's like, well, you need to know because trading is boring and you need to know how much time you're going to spend in front of the charts because it's boring. You want to, get as much, make whatever it is that you say that you need to make and then go live your life outside of trading. 28 area. Where are you thinking best every for shorts? Oh, for shorts, let me get into that in just a minute. Premeep, hold in just a second. I will answer your question here in just a second. And so he traded, and I told him $1,000 every single day. Took him less than an hour to pull $1,000 out of the ES in a market that he didn't trade, only scalping using a 4-tick stop in the ES. And he only took like 2 or 3 expense trades a day. And he would take 12, 15 trades in that hour period. He'd be up $1,000 and he would stop. Some days he did it for 15, 20 minutes. Some days it would take him the hour, but that's what he did. He had a $2.5 million home outside of Seattle. Need to make this guy famous, right? I'm telling you, this guy was amazing. Absolutely amazing. So best for shorts. Where is the best place for shorts? Well, right now with the market trading where it is at, when it comes to shorts, and he's a very private individual, so I don't want to use his name, but I looked him up recently. I don't think that he is around anymore. He was 78 at the time. He's like 85, 86 now. Yeah. But phenomenal individual. And I was not able to duplicate what it was that he was doing. He tried to teach me, and I just wasn't able to do it. And it was right around the time that I got divorced, and I just walked away from trading. And I didn't have time to figure it out. But I have his lessons, and they're still in my head, and I'm still trying to follow them. And I thought I had it kind of figured out in the ES the other day, and I did a replay again and like lost my ass. And I'm like, oh, nope, don't have it yet. Preamp, I'm just getting the I'm getting the charts up right now. DJ Vito, you could help me with something. You got a second? So for shorts, for me, I'm looking at this area. You're here with you're here for me. Vito, you're awesome. I didn't mean it like that, but thank you. I appreciate it. I had a question. Where are you thinking best for shorts? So I'm putting this together right now, and I know that you have your areas. First of all, Vito, okay, he's a former pit trader in the oil markets from the 90s, okay? Institutional, right? These guys knows his stuff, okay? He came into my chat room one day and was watching me and was just like, finally somebody on social media that actually knows what they're talking about. And we've been talking ever since. The guy is absolutely amazing. He puts stuff out there all the time for he puts stuff out there all the time on TikTok for levels and areas and those type of things. And his levels and areas are really freaking good. And they're free. He doesn't charge anything for them. And they're levels that the institutions actually have on their screens. Kind of scale your strategy. Example, like within a couple years, instead of having 1,000 days, they could be. So I'll just tell you this, Connor Bob. When I was trading the ES, I was trading 25 lots. When I was trading the Russell, I was trading 18 lots. I'm trading 4 lots in the minis right now, or in the micros, in the NASDAQ. So yes, you can absolutely 100% scale. You just scale with size. In the NASDAQ, probably not. You'll probably want to switch into a market like the ES, because the NASDAQ, there's a lot of volume in the minis, or in the micros, but not in the minis. And you might start getting split fills after 5, 10 lots, something along those lines. So be careful with that. But the ES is a much wider market, just rotational. So if you want to scale your business, start with the ES and learn to trade that market. Let me get you guys Vito's information, because Vito, Also, Vito, do you still have an opening for your mentorship program, or did you fill that? And so for shorts, I have an area that I'm looking at for 28, so 089 and 121. And based off of Vito's outlook, we're looking at 27,000 for the target on the downside. And that's from Vito. That's not from me. That's Vito himself. So the target on the short is 27,087 and a quarter. Okay. Daily structure low, 28,500. Key level, 28,282. His July 28th numbers are so news at 8:30 a.m. Oh, rude. It just keeps on moving. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get this real quick. So I can get this information to you guys for the levels. This is the 27th. Yeah, this should actually probably work. So today's levels, for example, daily structure low, 28,500. Key level, 28,282. And then, so I have an area for a short here around 28,100. And then look for anything below the 601, 630. Don't forget the bullish target. Yeah, no, and I'm looking for that. But the screen keeps on moving on me. I don't see anything in here for 28th for you, and the bullish target is 30,681. So if we go up 30,681, the bearish target is 27,087. And this is one of the reasons why this is important, okay? Do you only trade at the top of the value areas? No, I'll trade at the top of the value area, the low of the value area, and round value. I'll scalp around value too if there's a wide enough area of value to scalp around on the shorter time frame charts. And then once it starts trending, I don't scalp. I don't trade value anymore. I just look for entries to move directly into the trend. Those are excellent questions. And so those are the areas that we're looking for. You're still good for another? Okay. So guys, just to let you guys know, okay? Go on to here. I'm not even going to tell you to go on to TikTok, whatever it's called. Let me find you again, Vito. Hold on. You are my friends, but I'm not logged in on TikTok on this machine. So, guys, I am going to share with you one of those opportunities of a lifetime. Okay. DJ Vito, former oil trader in New York, on the floor. Okay. He's looking for a few individuals to come in and do a mentorship with him. All right. I don't know any other details other than that, but I do know this though. Okay. The guy's legit. All right. I wouldn't be talking to him. I wouldn't be recommending him. I wouldn't be looking at his other stuff. It's the only other trader that I will ever talk about because it's the only other trader that I know is legit. All right. So if you're interested in a mentorship or you're looking for something along those lines and you want to understand how institutional traders actually trade, this is the individual that you want to go talk to. There's his TikTok information that I just put in the chat. If you're interested, DM him on TikTok and have a conversation with him. But I will tell you this much right now, okay? In the terms of trading, right? One of the things that we're able to do really, really well when it comes to other individuals and interests in trading is to smell bullshit, okay? He's not going to be working with an individual that's not going to put the time in, the work, or doing it for the right reasons, okay? Go talk to Vito, guys. He's the best. MetaTrader, yes, exactly. Metals Trader, yeah, exactly. Metal Trader already talked to him. This Vito, click on that. They'll take you to TikTok. DM Vito and let him know that you're interested in the mentorship program. See if you can have a conversation with him. Okay. And I'm only saying this because he's a former pit trader. There's not very many of them left. Unfortunately, most of them now are dinosaurs. They're a dying breed. And what they did was an art. And we're going to lose that art form. And if we have one left that still wants to teach somebody what they did and how they do it today, my God, you're going to be one of the very few in the world pretty soon that's able to do it. And that's just a phenomenal opportunity. Do I trade off high value area back to point of control? Same as it drops you long back to point of control sometimes. It depends. It really depends on what the market is doing and what's happening, the type of momentum, the flow that it's in. How is it trading around VPOCs of a shorter time frame chart in context of footprints, right? All of this stuff matters and determines on how I'm going to trade for the particular day. How do I get the mentorship? So do you see the link that I just put in there? The TikTok link? I'll put it in again. Go to that TikTok link, click on that. That's going to take you to Vito's profile. Go to message, DM him, and say, hey, I'm interested in the mentorship program. Can we talk? Something along those lines. Okay? Politeness goes a long way with the Italian. All right? Be polite, be kind, be prepared. And be in it for the right reasons, or don't reach out. Yeah, I put it in the YouTube chat. I'll put it in one more time. And if you join Discord, I'll just go ahead and put it in Discord chat real quick. And as soon as you join Discord, go to the oops, hold on. Go to if you join Discord, go into the general discussion. And I'm going to see if I can't pin that comment real quick. Yep, that comment, that message is pinned. So I have Vito contact information for mentorship in my Discord under general discussion. So if you want to join the Discord, go to the general discussion and then you'll see the pinned for Vito's contact information. You can click on that and go there. Yeah, at a Demo Martins, is that how you pronounce that? Yes. So it's in the Discord under the general discussion tab and it's pinned. So if you join the Discord, you'll see it there. Go talk to Vito, guys. He's the best. Yeah. Thanks, Metals Trader. Appreciate you. Yep. And hopefully I can talk him into joining me on the stream sometimes too. And we can really do something with this because we're both really into this whole idea of social media is not where it's at in terms of helping individuals when it comes to trading. And we would like to change that. And that's what we're trying to do here. Okay, beautiful. On that note, everybody, any other questions? Any other comments? Any other concerns? Anything that I can help anybody with? It's getting late for me. I have some things that I'm gonna have to finish up this evening. When coming to key levels, for example, you want to take a long from a level. Do you look for trap sellers and buyers step in and get a result? Depends, right? Sometimes there's trap sellers, sometimes there's not trap sellers. Okay. What I do is I utilize order flow. And in the context of order flow, I look for pullbacks. And so I'm looking for price action to come into my area and I'm looking for rejection. Okay. Sometimes that rejection comes into play of trap sellers. Sometimes it comes into play of seller absorption. Sometimes it comes into play of high volume around the low, but we just can't break a lower low. And then we turn around and close up, right? So it really depends on the rejection, the style of rejection that we get in, where the bar closes. Where the bar closes more important than anything else. This is why I trade off of pullbacks, because I don't just trade off of the area alone. I wait for confirmation. I wait for the rejection. I wait for the close of the bar. And then I'm anticipating pullback. Because what happens when you get when price action moves away from an area, you have high volume someplace and it's more than likely going to pull back into that high volume. And now you have your area. Have a blessed day, sir. I can't wait to learn from someone who's not flexing a Lamborghini and throwing cash laugh on. No, Connor Bob, nope. Will not be flexing a Lamborghini, will not be doing any of those things. Vito, he doesn't flex anything either. He is absolutely living the life. Trading, I had 3 houses. I had Jeep SRT. I had some other toys, right? The toys are there, okay? The toys don't matter. What matters is the consistency that leads to the revenue. But what Vito will say is, don't be flashy. Don't go do anything crazy with your money that you're making. Go buy real estate, go invest it, let your money make more money, and do that. Do I use gamma levels? I do not. I don't use gamma levels. I'm not saying that gamma levels don't work. I'm not saying I don't like them. I'm just saying I don't need them. There's a difference. My name's Tony. Tony Begin, Begin. Oh, absolutely. Well, he's over in TikTok right now, anyhow. He's listening to me right now. So, yeah, absolutely. Just say, hey, yeah, Tony. Tony said I should probably come and talk to you if I was interested in a mentorship. Do you have a minute that we can talk? And we'll set something up with you. Absolutely. Connor Bob. What's your name? Your actual first name that you're going to use for Vito? Probably Bob, right? That's what I would guess. Maybe not though. Connor Bob. That almost sounds like something out of like Terminator. Sarah Connor and Bob. I love it. But yeah, no flashy. So do you like balanced conditions, fading the extremes of the value area, or breakout days? Breakout days are a little bit trickier. Breakout days can move into consolidation, they can move into a trend, or they can move back into prior value. And so, breakout days can be a little bit trickier. Balance days, much easier to trade. You don't have to worry about the breakouts. You just trade the balance. You just trade the areas that you already have in context and you just go from there. Connor Ripa. Okay. So, Vito, Connor is going to be contacting you on TikTok about the mentorship. So um flashy. Um when the market breaks out, okay? So look at this little area here as a range, okay? When the market breaks out, it's confirmed when price action closes below the range, okay? Which happens on this bar. On this bar, one of three things is going to happen. Either one, it's going to continue in the direction of the breakout. Two, it's going to move into consolidation. Or three, it's going to turn around and move back into prior value. Okay. Today was a breakout day, absolutely. It got crazy. I waited for a retest of the value area high with trapped sellers and buyers stepping in, and it exploded up. Yes, yes. Okay. You did all the right things. You missed context. Okay. I traded 3 positions short this morning before the reversal. When the reversal happened, we reversed off of an area. When the reversal happened, before all of those things happen that you're just talking about, the hourly and the 4 hourly started to move upwards and closing at their top 1/3 range of their bars. When those things are doing that, don't try to short the highs like you're talking about. Okay? Well, I wouldn't say the whole month has been bearish. I wouldn't say the whole month has been bearish at all. Um, the beginning of the month, we were just in value. We actually didn't turn around and get bearish, in my viewpoint, until on July 23rd. July 23rd, we became bearish. Before then, we're just trading in range. We're just trading in value. That's it. We've been trading in value all month. We tried to extend the range of value on July 16th, but even then, we tested the lows of the of quarterly lows back from on June 8th to June 10th. So when value is shifting higher, okay, I don't I don't look at monthlies. No, I just look at the dailies and then where the dailies are located at and just kind of go from there. I make the trading as easy as possible. I don't stack value on top of value, right? I just don't. When I create an area of value, that area of value stays there. And then in the daily perspective, right, I'm picking areas of value area low, value area high for entry areas, right? But then I'm also looking at other things too. And I'm looking at VPOC and our VWAP and some other things along those lines. Like today, we became overextended. And when we became overextended, you should stop selling at some point in time and look for a possible reversal. It doesn't mean you have to go long, but you have to anticipate the market's going to come back up. Okay? And in the context of today, what did we do? We came down, we extended our range to the downside, right? But then we turned around and rejected and we started coming back up. When we came back up above value area low, what should you anticipate? Price action is going to continue to rotate possibly back up to value area high. I use most of my analysis like this directly off of the daily charts. The reason why I use the daily charts is because it's the bigger time frame. It's where I want to set my areas from. And then all I do is I use a 30-minute chart, for example, to be able to tie in those areas to what makes sense here. Okay? And so in this context, when price action's coming down, guess what we have down here? We've got this little volume notch right here in an overextended market. There's a long right there. And where's that at? Right off of the close of this bar. So what would I be looking at doing? I would take this bar here, which is 1015. I would go to my short-term chart. I would go back to 1015. And always, as Vito says, always look back. Whoever's listening, don't trade tomorrow. Thank you. Yeah. No, whoever's listening, do not trade tomorrow. FOMC. That's from Vito. So, what time was that bar again? Was it the 10:30 bar? Yeah, 10:15. So we're going back to 10:15, okay? Now in the context of 10:15, okay, let's look back. 10:15, the close of the bar is at 27,707, okay? Let's go back up to around the 2707 area, 27,707, which is up here, right about this area right here. See where I have this little line over here? I already have this line here for this direct purpose, okay? Where in this area do we have a pivot on the downside, rejection? So in other words, a move to the downside with high volume, that's a pivot. So in other words, rejection and price action moved up right here, right there. Boom, high volume. Why do we look for high volume? High volume is where we expect price action to rotate back into, okay? Do we have another one down here? We have this range down here. Here's the pivot right here. Here's the high volume here. Those are the two areas I'd be looking for an entry to the long side after this structure takes place. Where does that pullback happen at? It starts somewhere around 10 o'clock. So let's go back, or 10:30. So let's go back to 10:30. Here's these two areas. Price action's coming up, pulls back directly into these areas. Notice I didn't put this line in here because of those bars. Those bars came back, tested that area, and immediately took off. Never came back. And continued up the rest of the day. That, my friends, is how you trade. You're smart. I've not been doing that. Tony, can't join the server on Discord. It's telling me the link expired. What? Try that and see if that link works better for you. And so that's how you want to trade, right? We don't want to bias. We don't want to say we're only going to go long on the day or short on the day. We want to, the market is constantly moving. We don't know what the participants are going to be doing. We want to weave and dodge with the participants. We want to be like that butterfly, right? Move like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Right? So we want to be agile. We want to be movable, right? We want to be able to look at this information and learn to be able to see it real time, because this is going to happen fast and you have to be quick. Okay? This is going to happen fast and you have to be quick because you have to be on top of this stuff. All right? And as this is coming down, you're seeing your low volume in here. Well, do it at another low volume right in here. There's another low volume. Where's that at? It's exactly the same type of scenario. So let's go up to 27,800 and see if it does the same thing. Okay, what time is that? That is at, that close on that bar is at 10:45. Okay, oh, this is the 15-minute chart. That's why. This is a 15-minute chart, not a 30-minute chart. I had adjusted for somebody else. So let's go to 10:45. So let's go back to the 10:45. Okay, and let's just see what happens here. Here's your 10:45. Okay, let's not even look at that. Let's go back. 10:45, where's the close at on the 10:45 bar? What's all we need is to close. Okay, so the close is actually at the 10:30 bar is what I'm looking at. And that close is at 769.5. So if we go back down to 769.5, right, which is right here in this area, and we go back, okay, where is a low back here somewhere. Where's high volume? Right here. And look, it's the same area as this area right here. This area right here. Okay, now let's go forward. All right, price action's moving higher. Okay, so we're going to go into the next bar, the close at 769.5. I don't want to see where the retracements are. Here's your 769.5 right in here, right? Price action's moving up. We need a pullback. Where are we anticipating the market to possibly pull back to? Here's a pivot here, right below us. Here's the high volume. Anticipate price action to come back into the high volume. Let's see if we get a break down here to test this area. We do not. It doesn't come down far enough. Okay? So if price action is over here and you already have this area here, right, marked from your longer time frame, that's the only reason why this line is here in the first place, is it's already marked in the higher time frame. In this area, here's your pivot right here, here's your high volume. There's your pullback. Now to the right. There it is. And in the live edge, when this is all happening, and this is happening together with it, right? You're able to see these things. You're able to see what's going on. You're able to see and look at your pivots, right? Yeah, it closed near its low, but look what it did the next bar. It closed way up at its high. What should you anticipate here for a possible pullback and an entry? Look for this, the high volume right here, to be tested at some point in time. Even though you went clear up here to VWAP, and still anticipate it to be tested. And when it does, and you're in a trending market condition, or you have room to go up and expect the highs to be tested again, there you go. There's your entry, and never comes back to this point ever again. It's just gone. And this time it gets above VWAP. And that's just another higher low volume node. You guys want to see if it happens again, or are you guys good? Here's your other high volume node up here. You want to do the same thing from up here? Here's your close. Notice the closes that I'm using too. I'm not using these rejection closes. I'm using the closes that close near the top of their range, in the top 1/3. Those are your directional bars. So you have this bar here, which is your 11 o'clock. So let's go back to 11 o'clock. Where's the close at 11 o'clock? Your close is at 85. So if we go back to 11, which is right here, 11 o'clock, on this bar, right? Where's your pivot? Your pivot's right here right now. There's your pivot. Now it comes down. Here's your pivot. All right? Now we broke up. Where are we anticipating price action to come down and test to? Right here. There's your test right there. And it traded into that little box right there. There's your long. And so if you want to scalp into a trend, that's one way of scalping into a trend. And it happens over and over and over again, but make sure you index it on your up bars and use multiple different time frames. Test them out. See them for yourself. How do they work? I don't know about how smart I am. Just been doing this for a while. Any other questions? Comments? Concerns? Anything at all? Move this back around again so it'll be ready to go for Monday, because I won't be back live until Monday. So yeah, you guys got me for a few more minutes until Monday, because I'm gone Thursday, Friday, and then I'll still be gone Saturday, Sunday. I'll be back Sunday after early afternoon. I might come on Sunday. In fact, you know what? I'm going to come on Sunday at 6 p.m. I'm going to be on 6 p.m. Sunday. Um, because I'm sure Vito will be on around that same time frame too. We got the Asian markets after FOMC. It's already happened from the last previous 2 days of trading, but we still might have something going on Sunday. So I'll be here Sunday. Excuse me. I'll be here Sunday at 6 p.m. And on that note, I want to thank everybody so much for being here. I want to thank you all for all of your support. For those of you that have subscribed, for those of you who have followed, that have put likes in, those type of things, that like the videos or put your little like into TikTok by double tapping the screen or whatever it is. I want to thank you all very, very much. All that stuff really, really helps this channel grow. And I really want this channel to grow so we can really start supporting and developing some traders. Tony, what's your take on volume bar, volume-based chart compared to time-governed time frames? I've used volume, I've used Renko, I've used range. There's not too many bars that I have not done. I keep things simple. I just do time-based bars only. If the market's moving really fast, I'll just drop my time frame down. And if market's moving too fast for a 1 minute, then it's moving too fast. And that's an indication that I need to stay out. So I use time frame to adjust volatility. The markets are really, 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 really fast. How do you smooth out the volatility? You increase time. Instead of entering off of a 2-minute chart, try a 6-minute chart, try a 10-minute chart, try a 15-minute chart. Okay? Because you need to give it more time to establish itself before you enter. And then for slower markets, right, you need to be in faster because the rotations are tight, because the market's slow. You want to be in faster, use a faster time frame chart. All right, try that out and see how that works. I don't adjust my time frames based on that anymore because I don't really have to, because I'm not really trading off of time anymore. I'm trading off of volume, but I'm looking for that volume to happen. And so I need to have, a time frame where that volume still shows up. If my volume is if my time is too far out, right, I'm going to get much fewer VPOCs to work off of. And that matters to me, right? So put that into context. I liked Renkos to smooth out price for a trailing stop. If I was going to use a mechanical trailing stop, I would use a Renko, and I would use an average range on the Renkos themselves. That way, when the Renkos were just kind of flat, it would flatten out and it would maintain its distance from the ranged bars themselves, from the Renko Heikin-Ashi bars. That's how I would use Renko Heikin-Ashi. Renko bars, Renkos can be good. You can put the wicks on there. The only problem with the Renkos, if you're trying to enter off the Renkos, you can get slippage because price action is going to move outside of its range on the next open, right? And so you can get slippage there. So be careful with that. But to get an idea of volatility, market speed, those type of things, Renkos can be pretty nice for that. So can range bars. The problem with these bars, though, a lot of times they can move so fast that the move is already gone before you've even figured out what's going on. So be careful with those. But it's a style of trading. And put them on, check them out, see if they work for you. Find a style that speaks to you, and that's the best time frame and the best bar for you to use. Don't listen to what other people are doing out there. You're the one that has to read your charts. Okay? You're the one that has to read them. And when you're in there reading your charts, read them the way that works for you. Think of trading like reading tea leaves. Everybody's going to read them a little bit differently. Find the tea that you like and learn to read it. I hope that helps. Because in trading, there's no right or wrong answer. There's only the right answer for you. And then the question becomes, is that answer aligned to achieving the results you're looking for from your intention? And when those things line up, you're going to fulfill your intention. And when your intention is fulfilled, you're internally fulfilled. And when you're internally fulfilled, you experience a form of joy. And that's what life should all be about. Experience the fulfillment of intention to translate it into the emotion, the internal emotional joy. How I enter is I wait for the Renkos to come back to VWAP and enter from there, or I short from the high of the time candle if I know we are in a downtrend using Renkos and watching my time charts. Yeah, it's not a bad methodology. I kind of like it. I might steal it from you. I was kidding about the skilling thing, but I do like the idea. I like the philosophy behind it. I like what you're looking at. Now, metals trader, if you turn around and you work with Vito, you know he's going to have you adjust that. So be careful what you ask for. So like right now, what's happening in this market right now? We're dropping. We're just absolutely dropping. And in the context of dropping, what are we doing? Since the open, we opened, right? And we immediately got above VWAP. We immediately got down below it. And we're just trading right off this VWAP line completely, right? Well, what are our higher time frames telling us? The hourly is telling us down. The 240 minute is telling us down, right? Yeah, he already told you. Everything is telling us down, right? So in this context here, what should we expect? Look at this right here, right? This is that whole rejection area I was talking about, right? Here's your lower low. Do we get a pullback into this area? We do not. We don't. And that's okay. What do? We get a pullback right into VWAP. We get a pullback right into VWAP. And if you're in a downtrend like this and you're not coming back up into your higher volume, what is VWAP? Volume weighted average price. Use VWAP as your area of entry. Here, didn't break the low, did get pulled back here, still not going up to the higher volume, still not doing full rotations. If it's not doing rotations, what is it doing? If it's not doing rotations, what is it doing? It's probably trending. Rotations are going to go back to the high volume. This type of market condition here is not rotational. It's trending. Trade the VWAP. And just keep trading it until what? You become overextended and then stop. I need to put this money together. Tony, which country are you hosting from? I'm from the United States. I'm an American. I'm one of those people. I'm sorry. Sorry for my people and the issues they're causing amongst the world right now. And so then areas where you're looking at, for overextension. Look for 633. Look for 305. And look for possible rotations out of those areas to the upside or a continuation to the downside. But if you get down to the 305 area, I'd probably stop shorting and I'd probably start looking for reasons to be entering long. If you don't want to use footprints, well, guess what? You're coming up. You can't even make it up to value area high. What happens? You close below VPOC. What do you start doing? Trading around VPOC, rejecting off of VPOC. Use VPOC as you would value area high. Same thing, because you're not rotational. You're trending. And if you're trending, use VPOC as your entry criteria. MetaTrader 777, could you help or invite me to the Discord server or something? Oh, here. I'm sorry. Is it still not working? What is going on? Does that one work? I just put another thing in chat. I can click on it right now and Discord comes up for me. So I just put another link in there. Is that link not working? No, it should. It's been working for other people. Other people have joined. I'm not sure what the issue is. How else will I do that? And then we have this one here too. That should pop up, right? All the socials pop up that way. So Discord's right there in the first link. Did all those links come in? Do you see all the links, Metals Trader? Here, Metals Trader. I'm gonna just type in !social. Do you see all the links that just came into the chat? Just put a yes or a no. Oh, no, you're on YouTube. Nope. Okay. And then what about this? What about this one? Can you see this link if I put this link in? So I'm putting another link in right now. Can you see that link that I just put in to Discord? No, I'm putting it onto the YouTube chat. So mine's not working. Can you type in !social for me? So just type in !social. No, not in Discord, in YouTube chat. Right, in YouTube chat. If you can just type in !Discord in the YouTube chat. I'm trying to, but it's not working on my side. But I think you guys can. If you put in !social, yep, there we go. Beautiful. Can you guys see all the links now? Got it. Okay, good. There it is. No, just one ! and no space. Just !social. You have two ! and space and social. So just one ! no space, social. I will get with Sushi tomorrow and have him work on the links and see why they're not working. He's my tech guy because I apparently can't get anything to work. Here, this is what it's going to look like. Yep, absolutely. Anytime. Anytime. That's what I'm here for. Well, everybody, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for all of your questions. Thank you for all of your participation. Thank you for all of your support. It's very, very, very much appreciated, and I truly appreciate and thank each and every single one of you. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for just this time. This is so meaningful for me. I love the markets. I love everything about the markets. I love trading, and the fact that I have other people around here that love the same thing, and I'm surrounded by those individuals. this is my best life. So thank you very much for supporting me and living that and being on this journey with me, because this is a fun journey. This is a fun journey, especially when you want to be here. I'll be back on Sunday for the Asian market. And until then, as always, be safe, be kind, and know that you are loved, because I love each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Truly, truly appreciate you. I will see you all